Alright. Welcome again to Say Monster Live, number 38. Yeah, 38. Sounds about right. Alright. Bring it on, Antonia. How you doing?
Hey, what's up?
Oh, not much. Not much. Kind of getting over a little bit of a head cold. But it's it's not going too bad at least.
Hey,
So it's
hey, by the way, this might be out of topic, but today, or at least yesterday, was the 10th anniversary of Dragon Ball Z Resurrection F.
oh, happy anniversary to that.
Hey,
Yeah, I mean,
also, if you want to know, it was the movie that basically inspired me to become an artist.
hmm, nice. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead, highlight it. Yeah, we'll. Yeah, it's it's been inspired you. Yeah. Couldn't get onto the Discord. All right.
If you want to know, I have watched the video, and all I can tell you is that he basically said that KOTM is his least favorite film in the MonsterVerse so far.
We'll get to that. We'll get into it pretty much. Yeah, yeah.
His
We'll get into
piano is
that.
his piano is gonna show up.
Yeah, we'll get there. Ah, yeah. In the meantime, just kind of waiting for people to come in. Pretty much.
Also, by the way, have you seen the art I sent in either art critique?
I'm sorry. What?
I was meant to say, have you seen some art I sent in art critique?
Um, I think I have. I'm not sure. I'll probably have to check back at it. Um, just Oh, is it like about Invincible or?
I mean, that and probably the one where I draw both Goku and Vegeta and along with Frieza.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I've seen that yet. I'll have to like look at it later.
Yeah.
Oh, GSTE got banned from Discord. That's that sucks. Damn.
Uh, didn't know the guy, but I feel bad for him.
He was on the Gamera trilogy stream last week.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, by the way, Sea Monster, I forgot to ask you, but have you at least, the very least, read the first chapter of the manga I sent you?
Uh, yeah, no, I haven't yet. I've just been really busy. Um, just kind of with things outside of that, really. Um,
By the way, if you've seen my Invincible fan art, what are your thoughts on them? I would really like to know.
it looks neat. I would say I've not really watched any episodes of Invincible. I mean, I do have Amazon Prime. I've just never gotten around to watching it yet. But it's neat artwork. It's just that I don't really. I guess I just don't really have like a whole much else to say about that because I've not really watched the show, so I can't really um, give like a
I think
whole.
I think you really like people like Omni Man.
Hmm, yeah. Yeah, I mean, considering that J.K. Simmons voices him in that, I pretty much think that I would say that alone would just like give him like a really good uptick, I guess, for me at least.
This might just might be me, but a part of me wish that Invincible the series had like an actual theme song. Like, not I'm okay. I really like the intro they had, but a part of me would really loved if they kind of had somewhat like a Generator X or Ben 10-esque theme song for it.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, from what I understand, like the show is like, I guess like more adult oriented. So I think they would have to like, I guess like whatever theme song they would have to like fit with whatever tone the show goes is going for. So
I mean, if you at the very least listen to the song from January Rex, then you'll probably understand the type of song I was thinking of.
All right. Excuse me.
By the way, don't you think it's kind of stupid that Behemoth never bothered to show up at the end of GXK?
Who?
Behemoth, don't you think it's kind of stupid that he didn't bother to show up in Rio de Janeiro in the GXK fight?
Yeah, I mean, if he was there, yeah, that it'd be weird unless they established that he wasn't there in Rio de Janeiro. Yeah, it is kind of weird that he wasn't. If he was still in Rio, like if he went back to Rio after the events of King of the Monsters, then yeah, it'd be weird if he wasn't there. But otherwise, it's considering that they just kind of glossed over like what happened with the other Titans, the original Titans established in Quantum, aside from Scylla and Tiamat. Like aside from those, like yeah, I mean we don't really have a whole lot of information there. So we got another. Oh, I thought there was another guest there. Hold on.
That or the fact that the segment didn't bother to show up in the Egypt fight.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, again, like it would be. Yeah, I'm not really sure like what Titan would be like in Egypt, in Cairo, pretty much.
It's segment.
Okay. Minecraft World said, granted, considering how Wingard and treated Timon and Scylla, I think it's a good thing Behemoth wasn't there. Fair enough.
Or
Yeah.
or segment.
Yeah. Okay. Wow.
What up, Lau?
Hi guys.
Hey.
Everything fine here. How are you?
How are the goats doing?
Actually, you might like I might check on them like today because I'm going on a walk. So yeah,
And that's
I'll
not
see.
done.
I hope they haven't been turned into like hamburgers or something like that. I hope not.
Hey Lau, have you seen the video we're watching today?
I watched part of it. I have to say I agree with a lot of it. I think that we have all said at some point that Ghidorah was wasted, not necessarily as a character, but because of where in the MonsterVerse it was used. I think it's actually like a super common take to have.
Yeah, I mean we'll get to that. We'll get to the video pretty soon. We'll go elaborate more on that.
Again, the animals will probably better explain this than most of us.
Yeah, I mean, yep, sure, but I think we'll still all of us here will do our due diligence, I guess, in explaining it.
I don't know for me because I'm not that best to kind of explain my argument.
Oh. Yeah, so yeah, I sent a link in the chat so that GSTE could come on, and here he is.
Hi, GS.
Hello.
Yep,
Is my
and
microphone working?
yep, your microphone's working, and we got Minecraft.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry I'm late. I literally just woke up.
Yeah, I mean, I usually would schedule this like later, but considering how long the video is going to be that we're going to cover, it's better to like not risk taking any chances. It's like because this could be.
Yeah.
Hopefully it won't be. Hopefully it will not be 6 hours. It won't. But knock on wood.
Don't worry, we'll be here in probably 4 hours.
For all I care, you just jinxed us.
What? I'm just being honest.
No, I was talking to C.
No, I knocked on wood so that to counter the jinx.
Okay. Yeah.
That's just how it goes.
Hey, Minecraft, Will, how are you doing?
Tired. I'm gonna take Saturday off because this week has been absolute hell.
Hey, you were on Canucks stream yesterday. I mean, last night, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Okay. So we
But it
both
was
do that late.
yeah.
Also, I
Yeah.
forgot to say,
Okay.
tomorrow is
Canuck was streaming at like 4 in the afternoon for me, 4 or 5 in the afternoon for
Ah.
me. So,
Okay. For me, it was like 2 p.m. or something like that.
oh Lord,
I mean, 2 a.m. I meant.
oh Lord.
By the way,
Um,
tomorrow is gonna be Easter.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yesterday
I
I
don't
was
have
doing
money
comic.
for chocolate eggs, so I'm too poor for Easter.
Jokes on you! I already have a bag of them,
Just
and
to
I'm
let you
half
guys
done.
know, my sister said hi to all of you.
Nice.
Mm.
But yeah, while I was listening to Connect stream, I went comics hunting. I couldn't pick up the Mothra comic, however, I did pre-order it. But I did pick up Godzilla versus the Hulk, the Marvel comic, and
Is it the
two-day
one where
Black
they
Volumes.
fuse?
Yes. Well, not exactly fuse, but Godzilla gets the Hulk powers. Also, High Animus.
What up, my king?
Hello. Hello.
Well, Ghidorah stands 69, not to be mistaken for 64, I guess.
Oh my god, it's Bernie's arch nemesis.
Honestly, I'm really surprised that in the movie they said 64 instead of 69. Like, it was right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody looked at the giant 3-headed apocalyptic threat and said, "Yeah, I vibe with that."
Whoever that might be is a very special kind of person.
They deserve to be in Godzilla X Con.
I've been thinking a little bit about like the world building and how I would go for Godzilla: The Arrival, because I'd like to focus on how the general public has dealt with the mass awakening. Answering the question, how did we get to the point of they want the Titans dead to there are toys of them? And I think Pacific Rim actually is a pretty good basis.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
something
Or
like,
like that.
Invincible. And Boy.
I have not watched either of those two.
I would even say the boys, the boys. Like they also
Yeah,
have
no.
toys and merchandise of heroes. I think it's honestly it will
That-
happen in real life.
No, but
too.
like,
It's
no,
not
but
that
like,
questionable.
Pacific. No, but like the basic idea with this is that humanity has basically realized that the general public has basically realized that doing anything to these things is going to go horribly wrong, considering it's happened twice, and there's a lot of mistrust, not just in Monarch, but with everyone. It was revealed that the Oxygen Destroyer was not just a U.S. military thing; it was a multinational thing. And so world militaries are in a bit of jeopardy. After the Apex incident, a lot of corporations dealing with the Titans are just a bit under fire, and world governments are, they're not doing that fine. And so people have just realized, you know what? May as well try to live with them. There is still an outcry to kill them, but it is nowhere near as loud as it used to be. And I figured since there's basis for this in the real world, we have like movies about natural disasters. I'd imagine people would make movies about the Titans themselves in order to either give a fascination of them or cope with their attacks. So yeah.
If we can get action figures of Hitler, I think having action figures of Godzilla in the MonsterVerse is fine.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
isn't there like I think it was like a Kamen Rider thing that was like Starfish Hitler or something like that.
It would be
Yeah.
super weird if we
Kamen
get.
Rider likes to use Nazis a lot in their story. In the story,
It will
like,
be very weird if they have an action figure of Ghidorah in the MonsterVerse.
no. But
I think
yeah,
Ghidorah would be more of a problem, but Godzilla and Kong, they're not so bad.
Yeah, no.
Now,
Especially
it would be
Kong.
really fucked up if Monarch was making the toys, like that would be fucked up.
No.
The electronic Orca playset. Titan toys sold separately.
Yeah.
Didn't Final Wars
Okay,
do
but-
something like that, similar with the action figures of the monsters?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did.
I always
And
thought
then
that was weird in the film.
And then Pacific Rim also has it. So, yeah. And the movie Twisters is all about using technology. So I'm sure people. Okay, but in the MonsterVerse, and this is something that I want to establish, Orca technology is basically banned because of what it led to. And also, there's a massive distrust in using that, considering how Mecha Godzilla went.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I mean, as
also-
far as like.
So,
Sorry,
yeah.
I interrupted you.
Also, I'm just thinking, like, because I want to make animatics of these sequences, I want to have Pocho and Zogra in the background as those films. Just because, why not?
Yeah, good. That'd be neat. Yeah. So far, my essay video on GXK is pretty much, at least the editing side of things, is just about halfway done. Though, granted, I haven't even incorporated like any like, considering that Zim gave me permitted me to use the like clips from the Zimcast back in Tuesday night. The clips haven't even been incorporated in yet. Or at least the ones I would want to use that will be relevant to whatever points I want to make. Yeah, needless to say, at this point, it's going to be safe to say that the video is going to be longer than the movie. At least that.
Oh, God.
Which
Shocker.
video?
By the way, Animus,
Yeah.
did you watch that? Did you watch Zim's recent stream?
I started watching one of them that was like, I think it was like defending GXK because Sloppy's good or some bollocks. I started watching it. I need to watch the rest of it, to be honest.
It's the
Yeah,
one
from
where
up,
I said good.
up
It's
from
the
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 one where I
depths.
said good morning.
Yeah. It's the Up from the Depths one.
I can't imagine what the argument is going to be for that.
Vic especially got to shine a lot. Like, dude was put to the test, and honestly, props to him.
Yeah.
That was... Yeah.
Yeah, because like it's fine if you don't care about the problems with the movie, but the thing is, Up from the Depths just dismissed the problems as if they were not there.
Yeah. It's...
That's what every single person who has ever talked positively about GXK has ever done. They say it's a really fun film. It's got great graphics and sound and blah blah. And you go, but
I
what
think
about
the
the fact that
only-
it's like, no, there's no. Yeah, there's loads of problems, but we don't care about them. It's like
I think the only
mean,
problems are
person...
still there.
For example,
I think the
like
only person
I like
who-
it.
I think the only person who has actively defended the movie that has actually tackled the topic, the problems that the film addresses, and tried to rectify them was Omniviewer. I think that's the only person that I know of who's done that.
Yeah.
Speaking of Omniviewers, have
Unfortunately-
you guys watched the video on GXK that Omniviewer made?
Which one?
It's the one where he talked about the themes of the movie.
Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, that was the one I was referencing when he was like addressing some of the issues that the film has.
Like, for example, I don't think that there's any themes to be like. I think that if there's themes, there was the intention of having themes,
Well,
but there's no
okay.
actual like developed themes.
Okay,
in the movie.
Okay, Rooney, excluding Vic, because that one's a no given. That one's a given already. But like, of the more like general, more well-known defenders of the movie, like Rick, Up from the Depths and all that, Omni, I think, is the only one who has actually made a video addressing the problems. Granted, Vic has also done the same thing, but still.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Anyway.
GXK is the one giant TV commercial.
You could say that about a lot of pieces of media, good and bad. Transformers, for example.
I may explain the Beast Club.
It does, but like you could say that that is not a good or bad thing, because Transformers, TMNT, Power Rangers, all of those are giant TV commercials, and they both Lego Monkey Kid. In fact, half of all Lego shows are at least decent.
Yeah, it's
Bionicle was a huge commercial. To be fair, like the lore was hidden basically, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like if you are to make if you are making a movie and you know it's gonna be like you're gonna like incorporate like sort of like ideas into it for for the sake of like merchandise, like you can still be able to write them into a narrative, into the narrative in a way that does make sense. The problem is that GXK kind of
Yeah.
like the Beast Club. It's like I struggled to pretty much like figure out like how like at least given like even just like at this point you just had to like revamp the whole movie from the ground up in order to even try to incorporate the Beast Club into the narrative, in a way that makes some logical sense, really.
Yeah.
But enough about GXK.
Let's go back to movies and talk about our Lord and Savior, King of the Monsters.
Yes.
Michael Dougherty.
I mean, that Lord and Savior comment is actually fitting considering its themes.
Alright, so this video is from Max Allo, for those who don't know. Yeah, and he's gonna talk about like why Ghidorah was wasted in the MonsterVerse, but the video also has like a bit of a subtitle saying "The Trial of Godzilla, King of the Monsters." So,
I got the right video.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Oh yes, I did.
Alright.
Hello.
You got the right video, or
Yeah, I've got the right one. Yeah.
okay?
It's
Just
it's
11
loaded.
years,
Yeah.
the MonsterVerse has been something of the tentpole of the resurgence of Godzilla throughout.
Hold on, back
cinema.
up. Back up to the beginning. Yeah.
Okay. All good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
For the last
Okay.
11 years, the MonsterVerse has been something of the tentpole of the resurgence of Godzilla throughout modern cinema. It's had its share of ups and it's had its share of downs. It's had things that fans to this day are still split on discussing. One of them is MonsterVerse's incarnation of King Ghidorah. I have never been subtle about the fact that this is not my favorite Godzilla movie. In fact, it is my least favorite movie in the entirety of the MonsterVerse.
Wow. What a statement.
Well, he said least favorite. Who knows? Maybe he may say like it may be one of the better entries objectively. It's just not a personal favorite of mine. I don't know.
Yeah, he ups and downs. Okay. It's had its years of ups and it's had its years of downs. Okay, what are the downs and why? Yeah. I don't know. But yeah, I'm not going after Allo for this take specifically, considering favorite doesn't imply quality. It just subjectivity.
Yeah, like something like a movie that may not necessarily have the best writing can be a personal favorite of yours, pretty much. So
Yeah.
for whatever reason, maybe that's the difference between objectivity and subjectivity. So I'm not gonna thrash him yet, for this. So
yeah,
let's just hear the qualifiers.
Yeah,
The whip is on standby.
Despite the fact that I do talk about a lot of the positives of this movie, I will also critically blast it into next year because I believe nothing is above reproach. I will be just as critical to this movie as I will be to any other part of the Godzilla series, whether that's Shin, another MonsterVerse film, the Showa era Heisei Millennium, or -1. Everything has aspects of it that need to be and deserve to be called out critically, just as much as things do deserve to have their credits and praise sung. Credit where credit is due, criticism where criticism is due. the ability to see the positive in what you don't like.
Hurry up, for Christ's sake!
How far are we in the video?
It's
It's like
We're a full minute in. I
Full
know
minute.
that's not a lot. This is a 48-minute video, but still.
Well, can we just watch it then?
Yeah, I mean, well, I mean,
And
we're
the
just kind of pausing it so that we could mainly so that we're not like literally just leeching off of him. Really, we're going to respond to whatever points will come up that are that would definitely be worth addressing. So
Yeah, but then I'm just frustrated at the fact that he's taking forever to say films have good points and bad points. Okay.
yeah, and at that point, it just kind of
was
depends on what the qualifier is. It depends on like what point, how you qualify that, really.
So
Mainly.
the thing so the problem is that I think that a lot of people nowadays are like this. Like, so for example, someone will say defensively hot take, and then they will say like the most basic bitch stuff you've ever heard, and they're always like, hey, I think this will be controversial, and then they say something super common. I feel like nowadays people are kind of afraid of not over explaining shit because then they have to deal with retards. Maybe that's why some people feel, actually, I know that that's the reason why some people feel like they have to over explain stuff like this. So maybe, yeah, it's based on previous experience.
No, I understand where you're getting at, and I agree with that. Actually, I actually do agree with that, partially because of previous experience. Yeah,
but there's explain, like, I like to make sure that I'll get all the details into stuff, so I make sure my point is clear. But this guy has just said the same thing about 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that there's people that even with all the explaining he's done will still comment on his video and say like stupid shit, like, oh, you hate this movie. So yeah, like it's also someone's responsibility at one point to say, okay, that's enough, and I just have to deal with the people that are brain dead enough that don't get it at this point and just move on. But like again, like it's maybe it's he had like really bad experiences before, and now he feels like he needs to overcompensate the explanation like 10 times.
Maybe it's just expensive. Anyway, let's crack on, shall we? It looks like there's a lot of people who get on this chat. So it seems saying he wants to get in, but he's listening. Black Rudy's saying he wants to get in, but he's listening. I'm waiting for OmniViewer to turn up.
I deeply apologize.
Okay. If Omni turns up, one of you has to sacrifice yourself.
Hey, I'm playing the video.
I know. You're not the sacrifice. You're the executioner.
I genuinely want to meet Omni face to face and greet him.
Okay. But see, you're not the sacrifice. You're the executioner.
True.
Deserve to be called out critically just as much as things do deserve to have their credits and praise sung. Credit where credit is due, criticism where criticism is due. The ability to see the positive in what you don't like and the negatives in what you do like was something that I founded this channel on because it's something people today seem to be kind of forgetting about. Which is why today's video is going to be on the trial of MonsterVerse King Ghidorah. Was he wasted? Was he not? We'll be looking at the for and against, the impact he has had on the MonsterVerse as a whole going forward, or lack thereof, his implementation, and many of the other side aspects of this entire discussion, because this is a lot more complex than one would think at first glance. Going into this, I actually had a very different opinion than where it ended up. Also, yes, if my voice does sound different, it is because I have just recently gotten over being sick. Don't worry, it is not Kung Flu. You're not gonna get rid of me that easily. But my voice is...
Black Rudy's just saying, hurry up already, God!
I've seen one video from this guy that I was like interested in responding to, and I've not really heard anything else from him. And yeah, I can understand why Zim fast forwards this bugger. Jesus Christ.
all I want to say is, for any YouTuber that might be watching this, and everyone here too, if you think you sound sick, you don't need to explain it. Just
And here's the sad little fact for me. When I was watching this video, I knew that this was gonna happen, so I had to basically do it 2 times speed just to keep up or at least finish it.
Well, at least I know, like, as much as it's going to be a 48-minute video, at the very least, we know we're going to get a lot through it quicker than we expect, because most of it's going to be dead air. Seriously, how can he not? Anyway.
Still gonna be messed up for some time. If you guys are enjoying all the Colossal Kaiju content we do around here, don't forget to subscribe for more, leave a like, comment your thoughts below, what you'd like to see us do in the next video. After all, members do get increased priority on making videos. Your recommendations are considered first and foremost. Number one rival, rather than simply just the movie King of the Monsters and many of its plot issues. That is an entirely separate video. The first one that most people tend to talk about is, of course, that he is Godzilla's biggest marketable rival. They blew his rival in the literal third movie of the MonsterVerse, the first movie where we even realized the MonsterVerse was an actual thing, and the second one with Godzilla in it. Remember, when Godzilla 2014 happened, we didn't realize it was gonna be as what it turned out to be. That only came after Kong Skull Island, where we saw the end credit scene showing Godzilla, Mothra, Rodan, and King Ghidorah. This was the first movie to truly be made with that long series run in mind. And admittedly, I do think it was stupid that they took King Ghidorah and put him in the second movie starring Godzilla. They have even admitted that the MonsterVerse was somewhat largely set up purely to get Godzilla vs. Kong to happen, the movie that came after this movie. So they did clearly have much longer, or at least somewhat longer and grander plans than just movie, it did well, let's go make another one. Obviously, this was nothing like the scale of what the MCU was planned out for, where they had literally, what, a decade and a half.
Okay.
Anyone else realizing there's not much to say here?
Actually,
Yeah.
I would say there is. Rooney put it in the chat.
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Ghidorah
Yeah.
as the second Godzilla villain in this movie was strange, but I think it was vindicated. Oh, sorry, it's Black Rooney. Ghidorah as the
Yeah.
second Godzilla villain in this movie was strange, but I think it was vindicated by his existence still having an effect.
In future movies, unlike Ultron and the MCU.
yeah,
I would make the case that Ultron kind of had an effect due to him being half the catalyst of Civil War. Of Captain
Yeah,
America Civil
yeah, I
War,
would.
but
Yeah,
still.
Ultron at least. Ultron did have like a lasting effect because of because like Civil War happened, and as a result, Infinity War played out to where in a way where the Avengers lost to Thanos. So
I think the better example would be Doomsday in the DCEU, because his effects were completely undone in both versions as a pivotal plot point in both versions of Justice League.
What about
Yeah.
Zod and the other Kryptonians?
yeah, I mean Zod would definitely be like a better example to use in this instance because Zod, like the fact that like Zod kind of like was the villain of Man of Steel, and the events in that movie do play into Batman v Superman.
Isn't the final battle in Zod's actions the catalyst for Batman's arc for Batman's characterization in that movie?
Yeah, pretty much.
Like,
yeah,
the reason everything happens in Batman v Superman is because of Zod's action in Man of Steel.
I mean, Zod's actions, although Batman does blame Superman for it because of like what happened, the destruction of Man of Steel, pretty much.
Also, is it true that Zod is like, or is Doomsday is like the Zod incarnate?
Doomsday was in BVS. Doomsday was essentially sort of like a byproduct of Lex Luthor using Zod's corpse as like a foil to create like to to create a big monster to kill Superman, in case Batman didn't do the job. But Doomsday in the comics wasn't that at all. Doomsday was like his own entity entirely.
He was the ultimate life form of the DC comics.
Well, I mean, there's some that could. Yeah, I mean, there's still some. I think Darkseid probably would defeat Doomsday from what I understand, comics wise. But
There's a thing called adaptability, and Doomsday is the king of that.
Yeah.
Doomsday is literally just zombie Zod. Yes, yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's an alien Frankenstein monster. That is what Doomsday in BVS was.
Yeah. Back to Ghidorah, I still wouldn't say this is the most out of place version of King Ghidorah. GMK takes that title, and by a good margin.
Yeah, no, GMK. And you could also say Void Ghidorah implements a completely different angle to the same alien idea. So
yeah, but like there's still by out of place I mean literally goes against the point of the character. Void Ghidorah at least has some elements of the whole World Destroyer gambit. Same with Heisei Ghidorah and Kaiser Ghidorah and the Rebirth Mothra trilogy. Showa, no shit. Titanus Ghidorah, definitely. GMK is weird because it's not that. It's the complete opposite. And it's purely because of marketing. It is purely because of the studio executives choosing to replace Anguirus and Varan with Mothra and Ghidorah.
Wait a minute. Is it GMK Ghidorah technically kind of sort of evil because in the movie they explained that he was in prison because of the warriors of the past?
He's not a world destroyer, though. He's not an invasive. He's still not an invasive destroyer.
Yeah, Ghidorah in GMK is explicitly stated to be a guardian monster.
Yeah. Albeit
as in a protector. As in a protector, not a destroyer.
Yeah. He's also not at his full power. So, yeah. That's yeah. At least Titanus Ghidorah stayed on the accuracy when it comes to Ghidorah's origin. That's not to knock GMK. I still think GMK's Ghidorah is pretty solid, just not accurate in the slightest. And let's be real here, GMK is still phenomenal, even with that.
Yeah, I mean the only thing that GMK Ghidorah has compared to other versions of Ghidorah that are carried over is the fact that he's a three-headed golden dragon, and he's essentially like the one monster that gives Godzilla like the hardest time out of the three. He's pretty much the closest to at least be like a proper challenge to Godzilla. So.
Yeah. Still would have preferred Varan in the role, but okay.
Going back to the video, does anyone remember what he said?
Yeah, the answer took its time.
I think he said Ghidorah would be better if it was like a final battle or something.
If it was later, yeah.
Yeah, which to that point I sort of agree, because I think that Godzilla films sort of, I feel like Ghidorah would have been better, even though I like the way they presented Ghidorah in the film. I think that it would have been better if they did it more towards the end of the series, sort of like if they switched around Space Godzilla and King Ghidorah, sort of. I think it would have been better. Sort of, I feel like the MonsterVerse also would be better if they didn't kill off King Ghidorah instead of. I don't think it's wrong to have King Ghidorah in the beginning of the series, but I feel like killing it off in the beginning is basically a waste of potential, I think.
Well, I mean,
I don't think that there's. Continue.
I mean, it's kind of more to do with like what the films after King of the Monsters sort of did with Ghidorah and post-mortem and his effect on the world going forward, which is to say that GVK and GXK didn't really do that all that much. I mean, GVK does, sure, GVK does feature Ghidorah as being a major component for Mechagodzilla, but like the world building and like the world building in GVK doesn't even like pretty much doesn't really makes it seem like
Sense.
the world it doesn't make sense, right? Mass Awakening not really addressed at all. I mean, like, Emma Russell is addressed, but was mentioned a couple times, but
There's no two heads either.
yeah, there were no two heads. Like in King of the Monsters, there was only the one head, which was Kevin, whereas GVK just retconned it, was like, there's two heads, unless you wanna go on the theory that like that Bernie is just pulling shit out of his ass, pretty much, with that detail. But
Like he's saying that Ghidorah can communicate telepathically.
right,
Yeah.
I mean, well, I don't know.
I still think Mechagodzilla. I've been thinking about this. I think Mechagodzilla really should have been saved for later. Ghidorah, I'm fine with, considering it makes sense from a marketing standpoint of, hey, we have access to Toho monsters. Why not bring in some of the more popular ones? So Mothra, Rodan, Ghidorah, and I think you could have still worked with King Ghidorah. Honestly, Zimt's doing a GVK rewrite. I've been thinking about that. I might have gone with Kamazots more accurate for our antagonist, because I feel like there's a better build up, and it incorporates the Condom originals in a more modern film. It actually makes use of these characters.
Also, the thing is, if you are like realistically, Ghidorah is 100% wasted potential, but that's because if we go on hypotheticals, like there are so many ways to improve the MonsterVerse, and using Ghidorah in a better way is the easiest way to do that. That it will always seem like King of the Monsters was a mistake. But
well, I think the main problem with the film is that it tries to add too many ideas. I think without the proper build up or proper setup, sort of like the Oxygen Destroyer, Burning Godzilla, a lot of these ideas that are brought into the film, like Rodan and Mothra, I feel like that they could have had their own films to build up these ideas. And I think instead the film just kind of throws a lot of things in there just to basically add things from the old Godzilla films without the proper setup. And I feel like it really messes up what the following films could do, and to the certain extent that they could bring back certain things, since it would feel like they're basically retreading old ground. I feel like that's a main problem with King of the Monsters and the direction that they took with that film.
Yeah, that's the problem that you get when you have a movie that's made by a fan that cannot control himself. This is similar.
Well, I wouldn't really say
you need to love the thing.
I wouldn't say.
But the thing is, if you just want to use it as soon as possible.
Listen, Lau, I wouldn't say the problem is the fanboyisms. It's because the fanboyisms can be applied to so many other films that were well made. Kaneko working on GMK for a big example. Dude, I think if we're just counting the main four, dude had pretty much the same roster as Kadam, and worked with it pretty well. I agree that Kadam could have implemented some of its stuff better. I don't think it's as bad as you're saying, GSD, but things like
I'm not saying
the
that
oxygen
it's like terrible, but I think it was like
no, but like I
feel like
know,
they put too much
but
stuff
like
in there without like the
yeah,
proper
I
build
know.
up.
I don't think it's. I know. I don't think it's as much as you're saying, but things like the Oxygen Destroyer, for example, really could have used a bit more build up or just better implementation, especially considering how prominent it is in a meta sense.
Yes, I agree with that.
But
also,
not only that, because by using the Oxygen Destroyer, you could have set up Destroyer. If you had done it more mindfully, for example, you could have taken your time and done a better job at it than even Heisei did. But again, there's no vision. Everything is like, okay, here goes my only shot at making this movie, and I'm going to blow it all up. And every person just kind of tries to do everything they can before they leave. And yeah, it's frustrating that there's no self-control, I guess.
To a certain extent, I agree with your point that it's sort of like a fan sort of like adding all these ideas and stuff like that. But also I think it's mostly, I feel like, not really understanding the ideas. So it's also not to a certain extent that it's about fans. It's more of bringing back old things without, it's sort of like a lot of new films try to do. It's where they add a lot of things from older films without really
It's the
understanding
member
those
berries thing.
ideas.
It's the member berries thing.
So yeah, I think is a big problem with films, like even apart from Godzilla, is basically just like cherry picking things from the old films and just so that new fans could like all the stuff without the proper build up. I think it really hurts what the film itself and the following films could do. But that's just my thoughts.
Can we go back and watch the video, please?
Let's continue.
You mean rewind or just press play again?
Press
Let's
play.
continue. Let's just
Yeah, let's
press play.
continue.
My thought, because my thoughts on it. King of the Monsters left a lot of doors open. GVK kind of closed a lot of them.
And JXK just bolted them shut.
Yeah.
Can't wait what the first
While
one's gonna do.
spurning a few of them down.
Half building up to Thanos in Infinity War and Endgame, but it still reflected that they did have some elements of a long plan. And when it comes to big market rivals, you generally want to build up a little bit of time and a little bit of suspense for the audience, especially since, yes, the MonsterVerse now is succeeding at an incredible rate. It is huge, and it is well known across the entire world, especially across America, somewhere where I never thought it would be. But back then, no one even knew the MonsterVerse was a thing. Something like King Ghidorah would have needed a lot of build-up, not even just within movies, which honestly within movies is not as necessary as just simply marketing. The closest to this we got was, of course, that teaser at the end of Skull Island. But even as a result, the MonsterVerse was still largely known almost exclusively to the kaiju community. In fact, its notoriety beyond that only really came as a result of Godzilla vs. Kong, and something else we're going to be getting into a little bit later. While the last part dealt with the early growing pains of the MonsterVerse, this is something a lot more to deal with King Ghidorah and the MonsterVerse just as it is now. By this point within the entirety of the MonsterVerse, just about everything King of the Monsters established, with regards to things such as world building, has been almost entirely retconned away. The biggest of this is the Alpha.
I have something to say in relation to the MonsterVerse being not as well known. So Godzilla 2014 and Kong Skull Island were pretty successful. I will stand by the fact that Cottam was a victim of circumstance. Cottam released the same year as Avengers Endgame, which, yeah, other MonsterVerse movies released alongside popular movies, none of those were cultural events on a comparable scale to that, as well as the fact that it released the week after live-action Aladdin, and this was before the Disney live-action movies were disrespected or mistrusted. So this was before Lion King, which happened to release in 2 months beforehand. And then Cottam also fumbled its marketing, considering 90% of the film, including most of its major reveals, twists, and fan moments, were spoiled in the marketing. I think the only member berry that wasn't revealed was the Oxygen Destroyer's inclusion.
The Oxygen Destroyer was
I think
was
he
Michael
was
Dougherty
shown.
put the Twitter picture, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there
Never
was
mind.
a picture.
Never mind. I take that back. Yeah.
Only Godzilla was accidentally, like, I think they accidentally released the toy of him, like the picture of him, and then every
No, he was
arsehole-
on the trailer. He was on the trailer too.
He was also in the trailer too.
He's in one of the
Yeah.
later trailers, like literally like the week or so
Yeah.
before the film came out.
Well,
by
there was
then,
like a
Don't
hint
think
it had
of
already
so.
been released.
Well,
They
there was a
also
trailer
revealed the
that.
last shot. They also revealed the
Yeah.
last shot.
Yeah, it's
No,
just
there was
also
a trailer that showed his legs, and that's clearly not Rodan. So by logic, you just deduce, oh, Burning Godzilla's here. I remember
Yeah.
seeing that trailer when I was at school.
yeah. Also, Rooney, the goal of the MCU back then was less Thanos and more just the team up itself, which is a novel concept at the time. The MonsterVerse could be put under a similar scrutiny with the bringing back of Kong and Godzilla fighting. That was the goal of the MonsterVerse. Cotton was just, how are we gonna get there? That was
They weren't sure about that until they started doing Kong. That they were going to do Godzilla and Kong fighting each other until around the time they were making
Yeah, but
Kong
that-
Skull Island.
Yeah, but that ultimately became the end goal once Kong Skull Island was in the production stage. Once we learned, oh, they're coming back. They're gonna fight again. Hell yeah. And Gotham was basically, how are we gonna get to that point? It was building up Godzilla for that fight.
If we're going to be objective, that's a very bad way of making the movie where King Ghidorah is going to be. And that's the thing. Like, they didn't need.
Then again, Gotham
Ghidorah
was also in another victim of circumstance. Gotham was also in production stage. I think by the time Kong Skull Island was well into its production stage. I think by the time Kong Skull Island released, like, I think it was half filmed by that point. So Ghidorah, Mothra, and Rodan were going to show up regardless, even if it didn't become the MonsterVerse.
We really need someone to make a small documentary on this and actually like investigate, because there's actually surprisingly little information about the legendary movies. To be fair, exactly. Yeah, all the production unknown.
Yeah, Big Action Bill, please.
Exactly. Yeah, like I'm waiting for him. I've been waiting for like 3 years.
Same here. I want him to talk about Gotham and GVK's production history. GVK, we know pretty much every single behind-the-scenes detail that went into that. Gotham, not so much.
Thinking about, like, you're saying how Godzilla, King of the Monsters came out at the same time as Endgame. I was thinking, what else came out then? We had Endgame. Aladdin. But in the same year, you also had, good God, Rise of Skywalker.
Granted, that was on the opposite end of the year.
Don't forget Lion King.
When you start thinking about film of the year, films that came out in 2019, there are a bunch of other films that kind of eclipse King of the Monsters.
Yeah, you also had Lion King, you had Spider-Man Far From Home, you had
to even just stay within the general like May 2019 timeline, there was also John Wick 3 as well.
Oh yeah, that was John Wick. Oh god.
Don't forget How to Train Your Dragon 3.
Oh yeah, How to Train Your Dragon as well. I think that was June.
I don't think that was released. Was that one even released in 2019, or was it?
Yeah, it was.
Released?
Yeah, it was. It was like June or July 2019.
I thought that was before 2019. I thought it was like before June. I thought it was like maybe like in March or something.
Or Dragon, the Hidden World release date. I'm looking this up. Oh no, that was February. That was February of 2019.
Yeah, so like How to Train Your Dragon definitely wouldn't really have had any effect on Gotham, pretty much, because How to Train Your Dragon would have been out of theaters by the time Gotham came out.
The biggest ones that would have affected Gotham would be Lion King, Aladdin, John Wick, and especially Avengers Endgame, considering this was a month after Endgame had released.
Yeah, and Endgame was still making bank. Like it was still
Like 4 months
Endgame
later,
even after
Endgame was still a thing.
Endgame even after its theatrical run was still absolutely ginormous.
Yeah, they
Didn't they
re-released
re-release
it like 3 times.
Yeah.
yeah.
The thing I would say about King of the Monsters is, if in isolation, it's a good film. Yeah, people can point out one or two problems with it, which aren't anywhere near as bad as its following films. It didn't. It left plenty of opportunities, plenty of options for. So people saying, "Oh, bringing Ghidorah in too early was like a waste." It's like, for starters, they left the option for him to come back. Yeah, they've killed him, but he does this. He's regenerating stuff. If you really wanted to, you could play on that. There was so many. And someone mentioned Destroyer, like the oxygen destroyer was used in this film. Very
Mhm.
quickly, was not given as much attention as it should have. I've come up with ideas to reuse to use that as the start off for Destroyer. I'm sure anyone else with talent or a hint of interest in that story could also do it. The problem is that where did they go after this film? And we went with GVK, and that film was not good. And then we went to GXK, and that film was even worse. So when people criticize King of the Monsters, it's less about what did King of the Monsters do, it's more about what happened afterwards. And you can't really blame King of the Monsters for stuff that happened afterwards.
Mhm. Especially considering, again, Kodum was already in production phase by the time Godzilla and Kong were allowed to cross over, so Ghidorah was going to show up regardless.
Like, for
Yeah, I
example,
mean-
I only blame Legendary for not planning correctly. I feel like they rushed it, and because of that, they fucked up on the third movie already.
Yeah,
Because
this
I
was
do think
also
that Ghidorah Solarly is a problem.
because this was also during the craze of the cinematic universe phase when every single company wanted to cross over something, and that's still a thing even if it is nowhere near as prominent.
Yeah, like
Look no
I'll tell you
further
something
than
else then.
look no further than Sony-verse.
Ooh, that bastard burns so hard.
well, you get the funny thing, and yet they kept it going. They made 6 movies. They made 6 movies, even though each of them, even though like most half of them, if not more, didn't underperformed or flopped terribly. Like they were losing money. They were basically just burning money. Making those
Yeah.
Sonyverse films. Where I mean, like
The Venom films are the exception. They're actually decent, in my opinion.
those are the only ones that made money, but even then, that was like diminishing returns essentially.
Venom was.
Whereas someone like Universal, they had the right idea of like, okay, oh crap, the Mummy didn't do well. Let's just we need to rethink this.
The thing is, they wanted to do a dark universe well before the Mummy. The problem is they just couldn't get it off the ground.
Yeah, granted, you talk about Dracula. Yeah, there's Dracula Untold as well, which did better, but certainly not as much as they hoped it would. So they really okay, we're doing a Mummy film. People remember the Mummy because the Brendan Fraser movies. They recognize that. That's a name they recognize. Tom Cruise, he's a big action star. People love him. At least his movies generally. He's hot these days. Let's just have him be essentially like the Robert Downey Jr. of the Dark Universe. Obviously, that didn't go well.
I'd still like to see a Dark Universe try again. I think there's a lot of potential in trying again with the Dark Universe. The problem is where to start. Who are we starting?
Well, that's why I had my pitch my pitch stream on the Dark Universe back in October. So
yeah,
I think it would be more fitting.
I'm thinking about trying my own hand at it.
I think it would be fitting that the first movie in the Dark Universe will be about Dracula.
Yeah.
To be fair, Dracula Untold
yes.
was a Dracula movie, and it did. Here's the thing: they did try to do that with Dracula Untold before they just kind of shelved, that being the first film. So I'm not even, yeah.
Yeah. I had the thought in the back of my head since that pitch about developing a Dark Universe story centered around Japanese yokai rather than traditional horror monsters. I might go.
Yeah, can
I
we
might
do a second
develop
try?
that. Yeah. Well, technically a third try, but still.
Part of me would have loved if they did a Loch Ness Monster movie in the Dark Universe.
That would be awesome, actually.
Speaking of the
awesome.
Loch Ness Monster, hey, speaking of the Loch Ness Monster, have you guys watched a movie called The Water Course: The Legend of the Deep?
Yeah, I have.
No.
It's good.
No.
Anyway, shall we continue?
Anyway,
Yeah.
yes. I will say, make sure if I don't pause the video immediately, shout a bit louder because honestly, this guy's voice is putting me to sleep.
Okay.
Start.
Titan concept, something that we tend to talk a lot about here because it technically is still a part of the MonsterVerse, because it hasn't officially been scrubbed from existence, even though the way in which almost every movie has been operating since then has kind of ignored this entire idea. Godzilla is nowhere near presented to be the strongest undisputed ruler of Earth. A number of earthly titans simply don't listen to him, and while he does step in and put them in their place, the fact that they don't listen to him when, supposedly as the Alpha, they all obey him, even his supposed natural predators, such as the Muto, this is fairly indicative they've either completely forgotten about this idea or just want it quietly forgotten about, because as cool of an idea as it is, it did heavily restrict the way movies had to be written going forward. And as a...
The Alpha Titan concept was
I'd
more
like to see them
accurately...
expand that.
The Alpha Titan concept more accurately wasn't forgotten about, it was just redefined. They didn't forget about that because they didn't forget about it because the concept was the entire plot of GVK. Like, that was the entire crux of why Godzilla and Kong are fighting. Granted, it's also an ancient
it's also, again...
not even an ancient rivalry, that's still the case. Yeah, you were saying?
An imagination, all it takes is imagination and creativity to turn almost anything into almost anything. Like, GXK was absolutely awful in terms of basically everything, but you can absolutely get a lot of stories out of them. My script for my video pitches all sorts of possible stories and TV shows and all sorts out of it. The film inspired me gave me the idea of putting Space Godzilla in the core of the Earth. That's the sort of thing you can do with anything. So the idea that...
Let's be honest, what would you do with Judge Jaguar?
That's a story for another day.
Put him in a gay porn film. Anyway.
See, Monster, you still need to get on that script.
Yeah. I mean, Lau, you did not send me those notes still.
The thing is, I don't want you to get demonetized. I don't know if I can. I'll send you a voicemail so no one thinks
I ain't making money off of this. I'm not making money off of this.
We need No, Animus, I suggested on the last Zimcast that we do it in a Gramuglia retrospective style where C writes up quotes and we just all work together and read it.
Okay.
I would love
I didn't... Anthony Gramuglia, the stupidest man on YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah,
that guy.
Yeah, remember when I told you about the retrospective that he was doing? I think this was before the Nosferatu Adam Does Movie stream.
Oh, yeah, you did it. There was like a stream in it, wasn't there? I didn't see that.
Please
well did that
do.
go?
It was. I was sick that stream. I was dealing with a fever, but
Because of his
And I
video? Or...
wasn't there because
no,
it was midnight
before
in my
no
place.
before that, no before the video. It was.
Okay, so just so you know, I wrote it very like I wrote on the comments very briefly like the main core idea that I have for what Gigan and Megalon represent.
Oh, what did you send it?
I just saw it's in the private chat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in private, so I don't spoil it for anyone else.
Okay. All right.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
I'm gonna take a bit of
Oh
a pull
my
on that.
Hey,
Sorry.
here's something I sent.
I'm gonna Rooney. I'm gonna DM what Lau sent to you so you can join in. And secondly,
Have you
find it.
guys seen what I sent?
Where? Ooh, oh.
But basically, I'm making a whole troll idea on how to
Oh, he
recontextualize
definitely
the
is
movie
then.
based on that.
Maybe that's his story arc. He goes from bottom to top.
No. So he could technically go any way because if he turns small, he can go in and then go, all the way up through the mouth.
So what do Megalon's fiery balls represent?
Well, it's savant. So basically, Megalon represents the hidden, dangerous gay man. Like the one that you think it's just a normal dude. Your friends, and suddenly, boom, you get drunk and he tries to fuck you in the ass. That's the danger that Megalon represents. Gigan represents the flamboyant, evil gay man. Like it's obvious, so at least you feel safe because oh, that guy is gay, right? But Megalon is the guy that you trust, and then you realize, holy shit, he's fucking sick and gay.
The thing is,
Megalon has drills for hands, so he's all, I'm a drilling good.
No. Both of them also have vibrators on them.
Yeah.
It's like Gigan has the
That's what I
chainsaw,
was
Megalon
thinking.
has lightning.
That's
Yeah.
just what I was
Megalon has lightning
thinking.
attack.
It's like
Can we watch
Jaguars,
the
you're
video,
like, you're
please?
nice, he's gentle, he's like, oh, I'm a nice gay male, just have nice, like, straight, I say straight, vanilla sex, this sort of thing. And then you got Megalon and Gigan, like, no, we got all these machines.
Yeah, no, but the thing is, Gigan at least is a little bit more normal, because like he doesn't like Gigan is like kinky sex, but like not necessarily non-consensual, and Megalon represents gay rape of the heterosexual man.
Wouldn't Godzilla be bisexuality then?
Godzilla
Yeah,
looks like he's on
bro.
cocaine on that movie, so I think that he's just like a cop, maybe.
It's like no, because like Godzilla in this timeline canonically has a son, so he has. So
No, he's the straight best friend.
He's the straight best friend who's also the LGBT ally.
That explains why he's black. That explains why he's black and white as his primary colors.
Yeah,
and he's the straight best friend who nearly gets anally. I'm trying to think if we're free from the censors at the minute. Sodomized by Gigan and Megalon, and then Jaguar has to save him. And yes, we're getting this story down, guys.
Yeah, and that's when Jaguar gets confirmed as the good gay type. Like the one that won't allow us heterosexual men to be raped up the ass.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Can we watch the video, please? Can we watch it,
Let's
please?
That's a nice big tail you got there.
Before we
Godzilla.
continue, GSTE, do you have anything to add to this?
No.
No?
Dang
Okay,
it.
good. All right, perfect.
You see, with a bit of creativity, you can turn anything into solid fucking gold.
see, Monster.
Unless your name
Once
is
you finish your
Wingo.
once you finish your GXK video, get working on this script, please.
I got it. I got
Laccaroni.
I got a
Laccaroni, you've got to
while
edit
get-
this. You've got to edit the video for this.
Please. If not, I'll talk to Gojin the Makai Phantom.
This will be an epic April Fool's video. I'll tell you that much.
Yes, please. All right, let's continue.
You know that one shot of Godzilla's eye from the MonsterVerse, just as Mechagodzilla is about to like jump on him? That, but put
What?
Gigan and Megalon in it.
And put the Pornhub music.
Character presence for all the grandeur of King Ghidorah and all the pomp and ceremony they place upon him in the movie itself make him an equal rival to Godzilla, which is kind of the whole point of that movie. The impact of his battle, which quite literally reshaped the entire world, and is the reason why the wider world knows pretty much about kaiju and aren't hide them anymore, you don't really hear about it all that much. He never really had much of a lasting major impact.
And whose fault is that?
Yeah.
This is a snap issue. Anyone who's ever watched the MCU and then watch anything that comes afterwards, the snap should have had so many consequences, should have had so many stories come out of it.
Yeah.
And the MCU kind of addresses it in some places, but a lot of the time it misses so many opportunities. And that's what's
Yeah.
happening with MonsterVerse, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, like the most that the MCU does in addressing like the effects of the snap is not even in the movies, but in a Disney Plus show, Falcon and
What
Winter
about Far
Soldier.
From Home? What about Far From Home?
Yeah.
Well, Far From Home, yeah. I mean, kind of a little bit.
It's a passing mention, and it's not even prominent to the plot. Well,
Yeah. I mean, like
it's not.
Far From Home kind of deals more with the. Sorry.
The snap isn't even the consequence of Endgame the consequence of Infinity War Endgame that is paid off. The consequence of Endgame that Far From Home's plot revolves around is Stark's death.
Yeah.
That's the entire point of the movie.
Oh, in
Wait,
Thor:
what?
Love and Thunder, Oh yeah. Oh God, don't remind me. Oh no. Oh God, don't remind me of that.
Making movies about the thing is one thing. Making a fast food themed restaurant around it is another thing entirely. I know ice cream isn't technically fast food, but
Yeah,
can you
Black
imagine-
Rooney. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that moment because it's.
we don't talk about Thor: Love and Thunder. Period. I want to kill.
I wasn't even
tear
thinking about
myself
that
for
moment
that.
because my brain just pushed it out of my memory banks. And now you brought it back. God damn.
Can you imagine if they made a Nazi themed restaurant like only a couple of years after the Holocaust had been discovered?
Yeah.
The answer is no, because of course they wouldn't. God damn it.
Fuck you, Taika.
But yeah, getting
I
back
will
to the
never
point at
forgive
hand.
Taika for waiting to not gore.
Oh yeah,
Gore was the best part of that
Yeah,
movie,
Genji-
and that's sad.
getting back to the point at hand. Yeah, Ghidorah should have had a huge impact on the MonsterVerse, but the most he's had is Mechagodzilla, and it hasn't really had much since then. But then that's not the fault of King of the Monsters. That is the fault of GVK and GXK.
Yeah, not choosing to build off of what Kodum did.
Exactly.
Save for kind of Mechagodzilla, where his skull was used as the base for the control system. Also, it is worth noting, with Mechagodzilla, that I do believe using King Ghidorah as a base was actually quite clever. It also was a very good callback to Mechagodzilla 2. That's literally the entire reason why that framing at the end of Godzilla King of the Monsters is the way it is, with the King Ghidorah head, Kevin, being laying there, is a mirror of the opening of Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2, where Mecha King Ghidorah's technology is used to build Mechagodzilla 2. However, it wasn't exactly necessary. It is an extra neat little bit of fan service. However, the concept of just simply the inner Earth energy and Ren Serizawa's natural disposition to hate Godzilla are more than enough of an explanation for why Mechagodzilla went berserk. So it wasn't like they needed the idea of King Ghidorah to specifically create Mechagodzilla to bring Godzilla and Kong together to fight as allies.
Blackaroonie is having a fit in the chat.
Yeah, do you say something about something? What? What did Alice say something about something being clever, pretty much, or
The callback to Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2.
Yeah. See, like that's like such a. The thing is, like that's kind of like, you know, like that's what am I trying to say here? If anything, that's more of a callback to a Godzilla against Mechagodzilla, because they're using the dead tissue and of one monster to, you know, as like a component to make the mech, and then at some point the mech goes awry because the essentially like the soul of the original dead Titan like takes control of it. Like that never happens in versus Mechagodzilla 2, unless he's just saying that it's a callback to versus Mechagodzilla 2 because it's Ghidorah being used.
Yeah, yeah,
pretty
that's
sure
the
he's talking about
literally
the
the
way
framing.
that
It's
I'm
the
pretty sure he's talking
framing
about the way the
that's-
shot is framed and stuff like that. The way they
Yeah,
show
it's not
the
the
Ghidorah head and stuff
Yeah.
like that, and the people walking up to it and sort of like that. But also, I think
Yeah.
from what I remember, Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2's original idea was actually similar to Godzilla against Mechagodzilla. So it's actually kind of funny that the new MonsterVerse Mechagodzilla sort of did a
wait.
similar thing
What
to
was the original idea? Was it like
I'm pretty sure it was something with Mecha King Ghidorah. With they were gonna Mecha King Ghidorah takes over Mechagodzilla, something like that. From what I remember, I could be wrong,
Oh.
but that's from what I remember. And
yeah.
you also had a lot.
Hmm.
That's why it looked completely different, like the poster and stuff like that. They also had, I'm pretty sure, like 2 different Rodans originally for the movie. Lots of different stuff, but
Wow.
Oh. Yeah, I know.
the
I know
Heisei
the poster
Godzilla
had
films.
like.
The Heisei Godzilla films. They had lots of different ideas for the films that.
Oh yeah,
like,
Destroya. I think had
really
like,
out there.
Destroya. Yeah, Destroya specifically. I think had like 17 different concepts.
Yeah, like the Ghost Godzilla and lots of different ideas.
Yeah. Varn was supposed to be an antagonist at one point for it.
I think what's his
Poor
name,
Varun.
Bagan or
He
something.
never gets his
from one of the
break.
films?
Yeah. Poor Varn. But yeah. It's like yeah. I know that Mechagodzilla was supposed to combine at one point in the original version, so yeah, back to this.
I do think I'm wondering whether this Max Allo guy is being deliberately like counter to what, like Sea Monster said. The first thing you think of is, oh yeah, it's Kiru, but then he's like, no, it's Mechagodzilla 2, which technically isn't Mechagodzilla 2 because there wasn't Mechagodzilla 1 in the Heisei era. They only say Mechagodzilla 2 because everyone's aware of Mechagodzilla.
Yeah, no question.
Anyway,
Well, I think
yeah,
they call
better-
it Mechagodzilla 2 in the American version. The Japanese version is just Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. And I think the American version, they just didn't really want to confuse the 2 films for like marketing and stuff like that. That's what I understand from it.
That doesn't stop
Only
them for
they did
years
that
down the line
nowadays.
having 3. That didn't stop America or Hollywood from having like 3 Halloween movies that are all named Halloween, but they're essentially like one of them's the original, one's the Rob Zombie remake, and one is a requel to the original Halloween.
Well, it's a similar thing to Godzilla vs. Mothra 1992, is that they I think the American version actually calls it Godzilla Mothra Battle for Earth or something like that.
Yeah.
Well,
I
that
don't
one
really
that
know,
makes
but,
sense at least, because you're at least trying to make it sound a little like it's still Godzilla fighting Mothra, but you just like it's like a slightly different title from the original version. So from
Well,
the
I'd actually
Showa
say that-
version.
the Mechagodzilla Japanese version actually makes a little less sense because I think the original 1964 film was called MonsterVerse Godzilla, so it's a little, you can confuse the two a little bit less compared to two films that are just Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla. I think maybe that's why they added the two in the American version. So yeah.
Right, let's carry on.
Yep.
Which ultimately was the entire point of Godzilla vs. Kong. Simply humanity being humanity would have been pretty much enough to do that. King of the Monsters itself as a movie is fairly heavy built on nostalgia and fan service. This is something else we're going to be going into in a video on its own, as fan service and nostalgia in and of themselves are actually not bad. Heck,
Yeah, no,
Godzilla, Transformers, and a lot of series I love largely have fan service woven throughout their entire series. The difference is when the fan service becomes almost overriding and warps the series itself into something else entirely.
GVK and GXK, yes, thank you for agreeing with us on that one.
Granted, Gotham also, like I said, has poor moments of fan service. Again, the Oxygen Destroyer really should have been handled differently. But yeah, I don't think Gotham's fan service, for one, it's not as unearned. It makes sense in context. And for two, it is nowhere near as bad as some of the other stuff.
Yeah, it's not as bad as like, oh hey, let's have Mothra be like the thing that's going to be that Gia's prophesized to
Let's
summon.
completely destroy Mothra's pre-established lore in order to serve the narrative of our film.
And her character as well. Destroy her character too, somewhat.
That's part of her lore, but yeah.
Let's completely remodel the Hollow Earth.
Twice.
Yeah, twice actually. Now I gotta ask, that we gotta ask before we, I guess, move into the video. Like, so just for clarification, like, GXK doesn't even like make it clear like whether or not the subterranean realm is just a pocket of underneath the Hollow Earth, or if it's just an all-encompassing layer underneath the Hollow Earth, or something like that.
It does not make it clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there
The
you go.
size of it and the variations in zones, like you go from foggy zone to forest zone to lake zone to mountain to green hill zone. The amount of
Green
zones,
Hill.
yeah, the lava zone, obviously. We go through so many of them, it would make you think that this place is a whole layer unto itself. But yeah, it's not very clear. It's put in there and probably won't be visited again. And again, I make reference to it in my script. It's kind of like Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. It's like, look, there is the smallest possible like thing, zone, area in existence, except for this other one.
Because, like, the quantum realm is completely transformed in a very similar manner to Hollow Earth. It's twice.
Yeah, it's like this is the thing, that the absolute bottom thing that we can get to, and then Quantumania is like, wow, there's actually something even lower.
Yeah, this is why I have the apes establish a civilization and stay in Lower Hollow Earth, because they're just used to being down there.
Yeah, like it. Sorry for interrupting you.
I wanted to make this quick because I have no idea when my video is going to come out. I really like the idea of it. The idea of there are multiple tribes in the subterranean, and they're all fighting each other, which is why they never go anywhere. They're too busy fighting each other.
Yeah. I mean, like, one thing if honestly, it would have made more sense if the subterranean realm was just one pocket, of like the Hollow Earth, like, and the film made it like definitively clear that that's the case, like, which would explain why why Scar King would and his clan would have to like go through the one way out as opposed to us just wondering. So wait, was that a different hole in Kong's hunting ground, or did they just move that hole that was made in the Oh God, nope. All right, nope. I'm not touching that. Let's not touch that. Never mind. Nope. Let's carry on. Carry on with the video.
A lot of what King of the Monsters does, I think, is actually very well done. Dr. Shen being a reference to the Shobijin, Serizawa's sacrifice, the fact that King of the Monsters essentially brings back the classic kaiju cast of Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, but doesn't make it just a big-budget CGI remake of that movie, shows it understands its fan service extremely well. To take these past
I would technically argue it does both. It tells its own original story, but also makes but also is a spiritual remake of Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. Since its themes are almost the exact same as Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, the plot is almost identical. Ghidorah is depicted, all of our Titans are depicted in the same way, despite the fact that Mothra actually grows up.
I would also say it's like similar to
What about
Godzilla versus
Rodan?
Ghidorah, sort of, in certain ways.
Yeah.
What about Rodan?
Yeah.
Well,
Rodan is
Rodan's
treated
still
the exact
here.
same way.
Yeah,
Rodan is
Rodan-
treated the exact same way.
Yeah.
Shobijin. How do you pronounce it, actually? I'm curious. I don't remember how.
It's Shobijin.
Shobijin.
Yes.
Okay.
Can we continue?
No idea what you're talking about.
The twin fairies.
them in new
Because
and different
Alan
ways
Oh.
create a brand new idea. But at the end of the day, the movie is 85% nostalgia, trained together by stitching concepts and elements from previous movies together.
Really, that's how he describes it.
So you
Wow.
could apply the same logic to the majority of the Godzilla franchise. In fact, 90% of the kaiju genre. In fact, 90% of fiction.
Yeah. Yeah, like what would happen if
That's
someone were
literally
to
how
just,
you make a story.
you
There
take
is
like
a-
ideas
There is
and
a
you
reason. There is a reason that tropes are a thing.
I think I missed
you
what he
take
said. What did he say? I missed it, sorry.
That Gotham is basically in 90% is a
New idea.
yeah, Rooney, yeah.
But at the end of the
90%
day,
fiction.
the movie is 85% nostalgia, trained together by stitching concepts and elements from previous movies together.
I
I don't know if I think I maybe agree with partly what he's saying with certain ideas that are basically they're just basically like tied together on very loosely, I think. The overall idea, I think. Yeah.
Stitching, it's not just because, to Rooney's point, yes, just because the story of Heracles and Odysseus are different. That said, just because the stories of, say, Odysseus and Gilgamesh are following different people doesn't mean the concept and elements of each story isn't there.
Yeah, I mean, he's saying like it's 85% nostalgia. That's just with concepts and ideas stitched together to make a narrative. It's like he doesn't even say like loosely stitched together. Like he doesn't even use like an adjective because it's like, well, what do you mean stitched together? Is it like loosely stitched, as in like it's not well done, or could it be tightly stitched together, as in like which would imply that it is well done? Like, which is it?
That's
And
a good
Rooney-
question. Is he going to
Rooney,
expand on that?
And Rooney, you don't even have to be alive to understand this. You can just look at individual examples to get an idea. Oh, there's a pattern here.
Yeah.
Read the Odyssey, then read the Epic of Gilgamesh, then read Beowulf, then read the Journey to the West. And then we'll talk. And then you'll probably not, and then we'll talk, but You'll probably understand what I mean. Yeah, it's not. I'm not saying that as a criticism. I'm saying there is a double standard that can be applied here.
That is exactly what I was about to say. Is that it's just a bunch of different concepts that are just stitched together. You can literally take that sentence. It's a bunch of different concepts that have been stitched together to make this film. It's like literally just change the tone of your voice and you can make that sound positive.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I think it can be a positive or a negative thing, but I feel like the way that King of the Monsters uses these things from the older films is mostly poorly done. And I think that a film can like copy certain elements from other films, like sort of like a I think I mentioned in like the previous live stream on Zim's live stream that in the chat that I think like the Kiryu films sort of like use the similar elements, and I feel like is mostly done not really in like a new and inspired way, but it's mostly just repeating the similar thing that the previous films did. And I feel like that you can bring back old things, but also do them in a new way with adding different elements. And I feel like the Godzilla vs. Destroyer sort of does this with the Oxygen Destroyer, and they also do similar things. I think with like the alien references to in the film and stuff like that. I feel like that there's a certain extent that you can do things that are copying other films without it being sort of like a ripoff or something like that. That's just my perspective on it.
I won't ask what you think is bad about King of the Monsters because we'll be here a while, and we're going to be here a while as is.
Well, let's continue watching the video.
Yeah.
With a significant part of that new, I hesitate to say, quote-unquote, uniqueness, being the blunt hammering on of the belabored and exceptionally poorly written climate change, and I hesitate to call it symbolism, because that is not what it is at the end of the day. It uses King Ghidorah as an instrument of that narrative. The weird thing is,
So is that not symbolism?
If this movie is...
Would symbolism not be an instrument of the narrative? An instrument of the theme? Especially considering, I'd say the climate change allegory is about as on point as you can get, considering everything that surrounds how Ghidorah is portrayed.
Yeah. The horror lurking in the ice, and when the ice melts, the climate begins to get fucked up by the thing that's released. It's quite
Natural
it's
disaster.
quite well done in my.
And it's not even just the rainstorm, it's natural disasters aplenty, a good chunk of which, as Dr. Stan, as the military general Admiral Stans says, we don't even, to quote him in the film, we don't even have names for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's such a good allegory, and he's just like, it's so like, what did he say? So blunt. It's like
It's barely there, which is just, oh my goodness.
I mean, the fact that you pointed out that Ghidorah is like this thing that changes climates like radically to the point where there's environmental hazards that one doesn't even have names for yet, that because they hadn't even been recorded until now, up until the events of this film. Like, he just came from the ice in Antarctica that was kind of destroyed. I mean, that's the fact that we pointed that out is like, oh yeah, huh. Okay.
Added on to by the fact that it's humanity's actions that make it worse. That is what causes the whole thing.
It kind of makes me think of like so yesterday I watched yesterday, and this is a slight tangent, but it is a little relevant here.
How dare you?
Yesterday I saw Sinners, pretty much, that new movie with Michael B. Jordan. Now I really enjoyed it pretty much, but one of the things, like, that film kind of has like some allegories that you can pretty much extract from in that film. in what it's trying to say, but in terms of like its concept, the concept of like its of the premise of the plot, essentially, and the setting, and so on and so on. But it's not like so overt about it. It's not being blunt about it, really. So because the thematics and the allegory and the symbolism is woven in like so well that it's like where it's like it's subtle enough to where it's like you can find it. It's you'll be able to find it if you're looking for it, but it's not like it's not like just beating you over the head like a jackhammer on roids.
I'd say it's about as subtle as what G&K does. Also, you're echoing.
Oh crap! Here, let me refresh. Give me a second.
Nice trick. Now it's our stream. Mwahaha.
Now that we're alone, Sienna Math, I sent something to you on Twitter so you can see it for yourself.
Oh yeah, I saw the notification. I need to have a look at that. I literally turned Twitter on just to get the invite to this stream. So here, Sea Monster is a massive. Hey, he's back. Look at that.
Hi. I was going to get on a tangent about the Nemesis essay, but okay.
I was going to talk about it in my updates on my comic, but that's it.
Anyways,
Okay.
Let's continue.
Am I good now?
But you were, yeah, you're good. You were saying?
All good?
Wait. Yeah, we're all good.
Yeah. You were saying,
Let's continue.
No, Sea Monster had a point to finish.
No, I did. No, I finished my point there. Hopefully the echoing didn't.
Okay. Never mind. Let's continue then.
Because that is not what it is at the end of the day. It uses King Ghidorah as an instrument of that narrative. The weird thing is, I legitimately can't tell if this movie is for the idea climate change is real because it advocates for the deliberate and total omnicide of humanity in the interest of the planet, or
no, it doesn't.
Actually, mocking.
No, it doesn't.
What?
No, it doesn't.
I'm rewinding that. He did not just say what.
No, it doesn't advocate for that.
The weird thing is, I legitimately can't tell if this movie is for the idea climate change is real because it advocates for the deliberate and total omnicide of humanity in.
Oh my god.
Sweet mother of all mercy.
Were you paying attention to the roles of each character in this movie? Emma is our antagonist. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank God. One thing I wanted to add is that also we can talk about, taking stuff from previous movies or other stories, but the thing is Godzilla has like 40 movies by now, I think 43 or something like that, right? So like it's going to always have some overlaps. The thing is how well you execute on those things. Like that. Yeah. That's all I wanted to add to the other our previous conversation. Sorry.
Yeah. It's just like advocates for the total omnicide of humanity. You realize that the person doing that in the movie is our antagonist, right?
Yeah, the movie never says she's right on what she's trying to do.
Not really. It kind of has a 50-50 stance on whether or not her motive is correct, considering the Titans are beneficial, but also we were coexisting pretty well beforehand with them. Godzilla was leaving us alone, and all the others were asleep.
There is a literal line from Zerizara where he says, you're putting the lives of millions at risk, meddling with forces you don't understand. I can't imagine that being more blatant than that about Emma Russell being wrong about what she's doing.
Yeah. Every single bad action that happens in this movie is because of humanity. Emma fucks up for lack of a better phrase, multiple times.
Yeah,
And
and she literally like gives her life to correct it. Pretty much, she literally lets herself die so that she can fix it.
Exactly. So saying that this movie is an advocate for the death of humanity is completely misunderstanding its point and or completely misunderstanding what the human cast is saying.
Oh. And again, if they had really wanted to, they could have explored this more in following films. You could have had Titans being up and around, causing a bit of havoc, not necessarily to the extent of Godzilla has to go down and kill them. That would be the interesting thing. What if a Titan was like causing problems for people, but Godzilla wasn't getting involved? Where's Godzilla? Why isn't he helping? And it's because the Titan is doing what it's supposed to be doing, but it's just causing problems for humanity.
By correct, I mean the coexistence bit. It's the means that she goes about it by having the Titans walking around and killing people. That's the problem. Humanity was already coexisting with them for thousands of years because they weren't interfering with us.
And even then, she didn't necessarily
his own thing for a long
and even then,
time.
she didn't want the Titans to reduce everything to the point of where humanity would go extinct. That's because Ghidorah ended up being essentially like the wild card that threw the whole script of hers and Alan Jonah out of whack.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what I mean. Is that in the film, when EFAP covered it, there's the bit where Chen says to Emma, "You're murdering the world," and Emma says no, and then EFAP just starts laughing and chatting over the top of it because they can't be bothered watching the film. And I can only imagine so many people did exactly the same thing because she explains her thoughts then, i.e., that you release the Titans and then humanity learns to live with them, which is what they used to do. And that's
In my
her whole
opinion,
mindset.
the way I see it, EFAP view that the KOTM like how people view the Bayformers.
Oh my goodness.
Uh,
The MonsterVerse as a whole is
yeah,
viewed in a very similar limelight to the Bayformers movies.
Well, they are now, definitely. It's kind of a retroactive look at it as well. It's really
even
terrible.
beforehand they were.
Oh. Anyway, let's get back to this idiot. Max Allo has just suddenly dived off a cliff in terms of like being good faith to him. Saying this line, Jesus Christ.
The interest of the planet, or that it's actually mocking the entire idea of it to begin with, because at the end of the movie, Emma is wrong. It is actually made very explicitly clear that the kaiju are not naturally like this. They are being forced, one, by Emma to cause this because she awakens King Ghidorah, and in the end her whole goal was actually to reshape the Earth, and that the Earth was actually in balance prior to this, since the Titans actually fix all the damage King Ghidorah did, because of the power of friendship and Godzilla.
Wow. I have no words. How wrong can somebody be?
Emma's means were the wrong part. Humanity was already coexisting with these things for years, so she was right that coexistence is achievable. The problem is she was the one who was inadvertently disrupting that coexistence.
Yeah, and then when Godzilla was killed, but was seemingly killed by the Oxygen Destroyer, like even if without Ghidorah, like you still need Godzilla to essentially like make sure the other Titans are kept in check, and not cause doing anything that's out of line.
I wouldn't even say Gramuglia is the far end. It's like I wouldn't even say that. There was at least a couple things there. I don't even know what would be the far end.
Video.
Yeah, you need to. You need to. The retrospective was
So Max Allow's video on whether Godzilla was alone in the MonsterVerse I thought was an interesting video to make a response to, because I think Godzilla is the only Godzilla. They could introduce other Godzillas, and I wouldn't be annoyed by it or think they pushed too far.
no
But
thing is
it's an interesting discussion to have.
Thing is, they just retconned it. You remember the skeleton at the beginning of 2014?
But then that's
Would
the
you
point.
say that they retconned it?
Max Allo.
Because
Sorry.
like I don't think that was retconned. Like I don't see how it was retconned.
No,
Yeah.
this is the thing. They don't. Graham says, "Is this him?" And Serizawa says, "No, these are older." That's neither a confirmation that this is a Godzilla nor a denial that this is Godzilla. It's just him saying this is a different skeleton. So the fact that people can take it both ways, and like Jet Jaguar, it's the fact that people can interpret that in two directions is absolutely acceptable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now,
In the comics,
now I've heard these lines from him. Jesus Christ!
Like
yeah,
it's very hard.
Aftershock confirms it was a skeleton.
It's also not
but
hard to see why.
Sorry.
Aftershock, the comic, confirms it was a skeleton, but also the comic's canonicity is a bit wonky, considering a lot of things.
Yeah,
So-
fair enough.
I mean,
Hard to
explain the
tackle.
Train Hunter.
It's also not hard to see why a lot of this was left and retconned out. Thank you, Wingard. May not like some of the decisions you made
Fuck you,
in some of the more
Wingard.
recent MonsterVerse movies, but leaving this stuff out, I think, was definitely a good decision.
Why?
Leaving out the stuff.
How?
Why? Why? You have
Let's-
a basis
let
for
us.
so many interesting stories to work with. Why do you think that was a good decision?
Let us just reel this back and think about what he's just said here. He's completely misinterpreted the story of King of the Monsters, and then thought it was a good thing that his misinterpretation wasn't carried forward. It's like, well, for starters, yes, good, your misinterpretation wasn't carried forward. Two, no, the actual story not being carried forward is bad.
Yeah.
Good lord. Good. Oh,
Well, I think the main problem is that like I think sometimes people can like get different things from different films and then they base their whole arguments off those misunderstandings of the films. I think that's the main problem with what's happening right here, but I don't think it's like a deliberate so far from what the video is showing. I don't think it's like a deliberate misunderstanding. I think maybe
Well,
it's like a misunderstanding of the something
Yeah, I mean, like, what if we would just sit him down and be like, okay, so that's what you took away from King of Monsters, okay? Now let's kind of now here's what we took away from it, and you tell us if that actually kind of lines up when we consider like the film that we've all seen, essentially. Does it kind of line up? Like, now let's kind of like take this to a logical endpoint of suggesting, was it even that good of an idea for Wingard to retcon these elements that King of Monsters had out of relevance or what have you?
I'm tempted to make a response video to this, literally on this section. Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus! Right,
Wow.
Zimzilla, in your the point you made there is the same one Max Alla made, i.e., if there's multiple axes, surely there must be multiple Godzillas. Not necessarily. I like the idea of Godzilla being tied down, like the entire clan of apes just dogpiling him, tying him down, and then one by one ripping his spines out to make axes, and then which is basically torturing him.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up
That's
actually when you
messed
think
up.
about it, but yeah.
Yeah, it'll be
Yeah.
massively fucked up, which will be why Godzilla hates them.
Despite the fact that, yes, it did more or less erase the entire idea of what King Ghidorah was in the MonsterVerse. Third, and this is really from a much more meta-contextual perspective involving the actual movie performance itself. King of the Monsters is an undisputed, enormous failure, from purely a financial perspective. A lot of estimates
Why do you
put
think
the
that
losses
is?
at
We just talked
around
about that.
I mean, yeah, but it doesn't change the fact that it was a flop. So maybe let's hear what else he has to say.
Yeah.
The thing is, I'm
Yeah.
jumping back like 10 seconds, and I'm wondering, is that enough time considering how slow he talks?
Yeah, just like God, dude, you need an editor.
Animus, you also tend to talk slow in your videos.
Yes, but I usually get to the point.
Fair.
enormous failure, from purely a financial perspective. A lot of estimates put the losses at around to well over $100 million, and that is purely with regards to budget and advertising costs. None of that takes into account the amount of money needed to temporarily secure the rights of King Ghidorah, Mothra, and Rodan, which are very likely not included in that budget because they needed to be done before the movie was even made and started filming.
I'm interested to know if there's actually any numbers for that.
Yeah,
I don't
like how
think we've gotten numbers for how much each of them cost. Also, I'm assuming they cost all different amounts, maybe, or maybe it was like a bundle thing.
From what I can tell, that was the case. That would be the case. Yeah. Also, I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna be mute for a little bit. I'm gonna go grab some breakfast. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right.
As for me, I'm gonna be leaving about 1 minute. So is that okay for you guys?
Oh, that's okay.
Okay.
That's a yeah. Yeah. Thanks for coming on.
But before that, I have to quote something that Michael Dougherty has did. You want to hear something?
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. They have a king over them, the angel of the abyss, a star fallen from heaven to earth. He opened the shaft of the bottomless pit, and from the shaft rose smoke like that of a great furnace, and the sun and the air were darkened.
Hmm? I think I've heard that quote before, actually.
Isn't that in the novelization?
No, it's something that Michael Dougherty has quoted on Twitter.
Yeah, I
And
think
he did.
Okay.
I think that was like a Bible quote. Revelations. Yeah, Black Rose said it. Yeah.
Hey, CMS, did you hear that?
Oh, sorry, I was Googling. What was that?
Did you hear what I said?
No, sorry. What did he say?
Okay.
He just kind of quoted quoted Michael Dougherty quoting the Book of Revelations, and it kind of relates to King Ghidorah.
Yeah, it makes sense because
You want
obviously
to
he's like a
listen?
Catholic, wasn't he?
Do you want to listen?
Yeah.
They have a king over them, the angel of the abyss, a star fallen from heaven to earth. He opened the shafts of the bottomless pit, and from the shaft rose smoke like that of a great furnace, and the sun and the air were darkened.
I am actually 100% sure that this is also in the novelization because they have a lot of passages from the Bible and also from the Epic of Gilgamesh. I think that's how it's said, and that and many, many, many other things. Like if you read it.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be leaving. Thank you guys for loving my voice acting.
All right. Yeah. You take care, man.
Much appreciated.
Thanks.
Also, the animes, please send me a quote what you think of my fan art. I'll be love to hear your thoughts on it.
Yeah, will do.
Okay, adios, muchachos.
Adios.
So,
Bye.
All right, and so. All right, so now Zim or Black Rudy have to fight to the death for the next slot.
let's
I
see
guess
who
until that
escapes the basement.
Yeah, I guess until then we'll just kind of continue.
Yeah, I can't find any information about how much like King of the Monsters made or lost. So yeah, well, I don't know where he's getting his numbers from.
Yeah, I mean, like the budget for King of the Monsters, like it's like estimated like between like 150 and 200 million, and the box office worldwide, I think it's something around the lines of like 390, like at most, like maybe a
Yeah,
little
that's the
less than
number I
that.
got.
Yeah, and when you take into marketing, like, I mean, like the film can be considered like a box office disappointment. In fact, it was generally regarded as that, but it's not outright stated that it was like a box office bomb. Like it has to, like, we're not talking like Madam Web or Craven the Hunter, pretty much, where those movies like
And
didn't even break even.
and also, like, he's not taking into account the fact that movies don't just make money in theaters. Like, yeah, like that's most of it. But then this movie had a bunch of toys. Actually, because of this line success, then you got GBK and GXK, which increased the size exponentially when it comes to the figures and the amount of figures that they made. But also, you have the DVD sales and the Blu-rays, and King of the
Yeah.
Monsters was doing great in all of that.
Yeah, that was what I'm about to say. Like, yeah, like there's the home media sales and there's like merchandise. They like
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure NECA may have made a decent chunk. And they probably
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, NECA, SH Monster Arts, Jack Specific. For King of the Monsters in that case, because Playmates didn't come in until after King of the Monsters.
Until after that. Yeah.
Yeah. Up and we got Zim.
Sup, my illegals.
Oh, and by the way, there are places where you can see the gross earnings and all of that. Maybe he's using those as a reference and then adding marketing. Maybe, I'm guessing.
I think there was at least one article that I think covered its marketing, but I'd have to see if I could even find that in the first place.
Excuse me. Yeah.
Also, this completely ignores the fact that he's using the box office numbers for King of the Monsters as evidence for its quality, question mark?
What's it called? So, wait, what was the numbers that he put for it anyway?
Let's rewind a bit. It might have to be quite a few seconds because Jesus Christ.
He wasn't talking about the quality.
From
He was
purely a financial
He
perspective.
didn't finish.
A lot of estimates put the losses at around to well over $100 million, and that is purely with regards to budget and advertising costs.
That doesn't even answer what he's trying to say, because at least most places cite this article here. Yeah, let me send this to you guys.
Okay.
Private chat. So that's for you guys to look at, and then I can share my screen as well. So
yeah, we'll have to go back and forth between your screen and CNMS's screen. Here,
yeah,
we'll just pull. All right, we'll pull up Zim's screen for a bit so we can. All right, 383 million.
that was its worldwide gross.
Yeah.
And the production about here. And Wikipedia cites marketing costs being about here, which comes from these articles at least.
Mhm.
Oh, I love it when something does this.
So many fucking adverts.
I know, right? Turn on that,
Clicked on that link
turn off
you
that
put on
pesky
there.
ad blocker.
I clicked on the link you brought it up and immediately had to close it because it said, "We use cookies. Please accept." And it's like, where's the reject button?
Yeah, and
There
I
isn't one.
always hate it when it's buried and you have to really dig for it, or it's on your phone and it's super hard to do that.
Yeah.
The film
If I ever see that, I'd immediately just click off.
and going by oh, so that's not even an exact number. It's saying by industry trends, the advertising would be between this and this. So which means in that case, 100 and 150 million, and the budget being 200 million. So 350 million would be about everything put together. And no, I just wanted to.
Yeah. So
budget of 150, not 200. So, or was that a different one? Or was it 170? I can't remember.
That was the reporting, and this thing came out July 20th of 2018. So wasn't that like a year before the movie?
Yes.
Got kicked off. Jeez. No budget. 170 million. Okay, so yeah, it's even like an estimate here.
Yeah. I mean, so far we're just kind of like, if we have just at least an estimate of the budget plus marketing, pretty much, then we just have an idea. It would just compare to the numbers, the numbers that are at least officially stated to be at least in the ballpark.
Yeah,
which
and
let's
be generous and overestimate it as well. So if we use all the higher numbers, budget being 200 million and 150 million for marketing puts it at 350 for its total, which means the worldwide puts it at 387, which means it barely made above the total, which is probably why places cite it as a failure, because it doesn't and it hyper exceed the expectations, which is to be expected because most American productions expect an exceptionally high gross to justify costs. So even if it does make its money back, then it's not seen as financially viable because it's not pushing boundaries, which is why
Just like
GVK did really well, and then GXK is seen as really successful.
Yeah,
it's kind of like a lot of computer games at one point where you get COD or whatever. We've sold 6 million copies.
You might want to pause it. There you go.
Shut up, Mallow. We've sold 60 million copies or 100 million copies, and it's a financial failure. What?
Yeah. Well, then that's when you have to look up things like budget and stuff like that. The other thing too is that there can also be the expectations that the studio has are gonna make it, whether it's considered a failure or not. Because I know Fallout New Vegas was seen as a failure by Obsidian because to some people in Obsidian because they were promised a certain bonus if they hit a certain Metacritic score and they missed it by 0.1%. So they missed on this big. It pissed them off so much because of it. Because not only were they pushed into a deadline, they had they were understaffed. They had fewer resources than what Bethesda had for Fallout 3, despite people generally regarding New Vegas as the superior game. But it's the context always matters as usual.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
This is
one
why.
of those annoying things that you go.
See, this is why I say context is necessary when discussing criticism.
Context is king.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it's I'm doing videos on The Last of Us Part 2 at the minute, and it's quite fascinating watching how. I mean, we've only had one episode of the TV show, but it's quite fascinating seeing what changes they've made, and how they appear quite heavily influenced by the reaction to the game.
I'm gonna keep
And
it
even though
with you. unanimous. I think you are so much better than spending time looking at The Last of Us. As someone who like followed that game, The Last of Us 2 religiously, and then like covered it for a journalism class, I'm like, man, he could be doing so much better than giving slop like that anytime. Like, are you a big fan of The Last of Us?
No, I
No.
literally watched the TV show, and then I was like, "Oh, this is quite good. Let's look." And then EFAP did their coverage of The Last of Us Part 2, so I looked at that. I was like, "Oh, Part 2 doesn't look very good." And then the TV show is coming out, and now I'm watching the first episode, and it's like they've made a lot of changes to the story.
Yeah.
There's a line from the psychiatrist, which I actually want to make another little video on, where she says she's angry at Joel for killing her husband, something that's not in the game. They put into the TV show.
Wonderful.
And she says to him, I'm not angry that you killed him because I knew it was necessary. I'm just angry at how you killed him.
That's the
stupidest. And it's like, is this the makers of the game like trying to be like, yes, we understand like why you're angry at us?
I'd be very surprised if Druckmann had that level of self-awareness, in my opinion.
Wait, so Zim, do you not like The Last of Us in a general sense?
I think the first Last of Us is a okay game. I think that it caused there to be a massive trend for Sony games in particular, to be overly cinematic and have very little gameplay. Because as okay as The Last of Us story is, I don't think the gameplay is that good. And I think that a lot of people think that like it's pretty ambiguous as to Joel's decision at the end of the first game. When if you actually do all the side stuff and find all of the documentations, the Fireflies had no clue what the fuck they were doing. And as a result, they were probably going to kill Ellie based on all of the relevant information that you can gather. So there's that. And then I think the DLC that was like attached to the first Last of Us is kind of superfluous. And I know that's adapted into the first season of the TV show. It also makes the Fireflies just seem even worse because they're using like child soldiers and stuff. But again, neither here nor there. And then The Last of Us 2, outside of the fact that like Naughty Dog made the studio do a bunch of crunch, which a lot of journos and like other people like swept under the rug because they liked the messaging of the game. The game was not that good. The story was poor. Characters made awful decisions for the sake of the plot, and the every like emotional tactic to get you to side with Abby was used. And the only satisfying things in the game was Ellie hunting down the rest of Abby's crew, and almost everything Ellie did was pretty much justified. So, yeah. And Joel got done dirty and dies because of plot.
The game was not done well.
But Abby's dad saved zebras.
Yeah, he saved the zebras, guys. Don't you know?
I
clapped.
Very much interested in seeing Abby's flashbacks in the TV show to see exactly what they put in there.
The only reason I would be somewhat tempted to watch season 2 of this show would just to see Caitlin Dever's acting, because I know she'll be in the next MonsterVerse film.
We haven't seen much of her yet. She is literally like one scene at the start.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's put it this way. Do you know what because the whole thing of the game was the game starts with Joel's death. It's like he gets beaten the absolute shit out of to pulp. And it's like, what the fuck, game? And then afterwards, it's like, oh, by the way, here's all these contextual scenes that kind of lead up to this that you kind of probably would have wanted to see beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
At which point, it's a bit too late. They are putting those in order.
Yeah.
So you're seeing those scenes where they're supposed to have been seen, i.e., beforehand. So you're actually getting to see the story before the stupid stuff happens.
I think what I love more than anything else is how when The Last of Us 2 had its trailer and they deliberately lied to you. in
Yeah.
so many scenes, and so many people
The
justified
ring.
that.
What the fuck was the ring?
Or like, do you think you're gonna do this on your own with Joel?
I've
who is replacing
rewatched a
Jesse?
bit where Jesse says that, and it really does look like they've just superimposed Jesse's head onto like a Joel body, like outfit and everything.
I don't think it
It's
was
like-
that. I think that they might have
Probably
changed
they
the proportions of
used
the model.
his model and whatnot.
Yeah, they
But
probably
if you
fucked
look
with his model.
just his pose and the outfit and everything else, it's just like, yeah, I've seen what you did there.
I see what you did, game. I'm not
Yeah.
happy with what you did, game, but you know, this is what you do to me.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Back to the
Amount of money
MonsterVerse.
needed to temporarily secure the rights of King Ghidorah, Mothra, and Rodan, which are very likely not included in that budget because they needed to be done before the movie was even made and started filming. I don't know exactly how much the rights for 3 of the world's most famous kaiju go for, but I know it is certainly not cheap. Especially considering, at this time, the MonsterVerse was an unproven concept. Toho would have needed a lot of security to think that it was worth doing. Now, while this doesn't necessarily exclude them from, say, bringing some of these monsters back, after all, they brought Mothra back in Godzilla Kong the New Empire, they can't really bring King Ghidorah back in the same way. There's a couple of reasons for this, but the biggest one is that the not quite dismissive nature, but the fact that they simply gloss over the fact that Ghidorah is an alien. In King of the Monsters itself, Godzilla vs. Kong, and Godzilla Kong the New Empire, there is a total of 1 line about this entire thing, and that is the one where they say, yeah, King Ghidorah came from space. It has not been brought up at any other point, which is...
It's
Again.
implied in GBK that this is common knowledge.
I think what he's saying is that everyone knows about it apparently, but no one says anything about, hey, so aliens exist. That's a thing. Like no one acknowledges it. It's kind of funny because it's kind of what they do with on Skull Island, where people are like, are you not going to acknowledge the fact that this happened? And people are like moving on.
It just
Yeah.
that is not a fault of Conham. Again, that is not a fault of Conham.
I think
That
his
is a fault
problem.
of-
Yeah,
that
I was
is a
gonna
fault
say, I
of
think his,
GBK and GXK.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think his problem is that, like, for some reason, Ghidorah's origins aren't given more dialogue when, like, what would be the point of that, really? Outside of the fact that we are aware of the fact that Ghidorah is an invasive species to the planet. Like, there's very little reason to do that.
I think that though they actually presented Ghidorah like being an alien. Actually, I think is actually pretty prominent in the film with like the oxygen destroyer not affecting it, and they explain this with its origins. I think it's
oh no, he's talking about after killing the monsters.
well, yeah, that's not really a fault of King of the Monsters. I didn't hear that point.
Exactly.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with King of the Monsters.
Not to mention
Yeah.
the fact that he's like saying that Ghidorah can't be brought back, like how Mothra got brought back. Mothra's origins contradicts or at least
Nobody wants anyone coming back the way they brought Mothra back.
yeah. So like saying that like, oh, they do it like how they did Mothra, and no one wants it done like how they did Mothra.
Yeah, no.
Beam her down, Scotty.
You know, this video is like titled like the trial of King of the Monsters, you know, essentially. But like a lot of these points that he's leveling against King of the Monsters, like King of the Monsters are just sitting on the stand going, "It's not my fault." Like it's GBK's fault. God damn it!
How far are we in this, actually?
We are 13 minutes in.
13.
13?
Oh.
3?
You guys want to go for 6
13
hours?
The thing is,
It's
honestly,
fine.
since he has been talking so much about GBK and GXK, even if he doesn't seem to realize it, I think that there will be a lot of repeated points. I don't see what else he could say because, like, even like for someone like me who thinks that Ghidorah has been wasted, And even if you want to say that it's a retroactive problem, I blame King of the Monsters. Like, what else can you say for 40 something minutes? Like, I'm kind of surprised we're 13 minutes in.
48.
This is
That's not
Yeah.
to say there aren't criticisms of how Titanis Ghidorah is handled. It's just you're not pointing the gun in the right direction.
Yeah, like if the title of the video didn't mention this being a trial for King of the Monsters specifically and just being a universe criticism, I think that will be fine. Like perfectly fine. But
Yeah, honestly,
this is
yeah.
not.
By that point, you may as well just retitle your video like the trial of the MonsterVerse or something. Like it's.
Yeah, I
Like,
think
well,
that
no,
will be
because
fine.
he likes the rest of them apparently.
Oh.
What's it called? What was I gonna say? Like, it just feels like he's really just hampering on King of the Monsters for like no reason other than it's an easy target to hate on, while GXK and GVK aren't because of their ascendancy at the moment.
Mhm.
He's doing this for no reason.
Yeah, I do like the fact that okay, so we're putting King of the Monsters on trial. So GXK,
Like JXK is like sitting in the crowd, like being the actual killer of like the in this crime, while the primary suspect is like on the stand. It just feel like it's like, why am I? It's like I didn't do that. That was not me. Like, can you point to
meanwhile you
the
have
real
fucking
culprit? It's like
Goofy.
he's sitting back there. I'm looking at him right there.
fucking do it again. I'm gonna do it again.
Yeah, it's like the goofy thing. Like, I'll fucking do it again.
Well, I think he did mention certain points. I think he did mention certain points to King of the Monsters, mostly like with the film using like ideas with the poorly
nostalgia
done
thing.
yeah, as well as like the budget or whatever point he was trying to make with that. But yeah, I feel like this point is mostly focused mainly on like the following films and not really having to do with King of the Monsters, since I think King of the Monsters actually explains the origins of Ghidorah better than really any other film in the MonsterVerse. I think like the way it involves in like to the story and stuff like that. So
I
not
would
really
argue
have
the
anything
only
to do
other.
with.
I'd argue the only other MonsterVerse movie that does a better job at getting across the origins of the kaiju is Kong Skull Island. It's like you don't really need to do much in that case as well.
Well, I think it's a little bit less because it's not really like, I feel like the Oxygen Destroyer plays like a role in like King Ghidorah's unnatural to Earth, and the way that the film presents it, I feel like it's better than like basically like something from Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla where they give like a couple lines and then it doesn't really have anything to do within the film. I feel like it plays like a larger role. So the point doesn't really, I don't really think it applies to this film. The point that he's making.
Yeah, I agree with that. Let's continue.
A generally very big indicator that they're just really not thinking about aliens going forward. I honestly thought that they were going to bring aliens in for Godzilla Kong the New Empire. I was surprised when they didn't, because with how dismissive it was, it felt, yeah, they're going to be bringing that in, because they just don't want to basically foreshadow things too much, because fans will pick things apart. After all, we picked apart the fact that Mechagodzilla was coming into Godzilla vs. Kong on literally the first trailer drop.
Wait, stop.
Nah,
But that's not that's not you deducing something. That's you watching it on trailer. It's completely different. Like you didn't deduce that you will have a Mechagodzilla 3. Also, they could still do aliens.
You know
They
what
can
you should
still
have
do
done,
it.
trailer? You know what you should have done, trailer? Not have a shot where we can clearly see a layout of Mechagodzilla in the back of a character. How about that? Or, don't have shots where Mechagodzilla's in the trailer. It really was
Don't have
not
shots.
that hard.
Don't have shots of everything after the Hong Kong fight. Period.
Well, I think King of the Monsters was actually like the worst of that with the revealing basically everything in the film. But Godzilla vs. Kong also did that to a certain extent.
Oh yeah, Kong definitely had it worse considering which did not help its success at all. Did not
Yeah.
help it succeed whatsoever.
Yeah, probably could keep a couple things in the dark here and there. Just a couple things.
Burning
I don't
Godzilla.
know. Yeah, like Burning Godzilla. Yeah, I mean, well, granted, that was already like leaked. Not only was that like released in the Jack specific toy line before the movie came out, but also like it was even leaked before those things even came out.
You also see it in the trailer too.
So,
Like I feel like something that the 2014 film did pretty well in like its trailers was keeping like its monsters more vague and like obscure and stuff like that. And even I
Yeah.
think at certain points people thought that the flying Muto was Rodan or something like that.
Rodan confirmed.
I feel like they could have done something like that with like actual Rodan and like the King Ghidorah, kept it more like vague, but I feel like they mainly showed off too much in the trailers, and I feel like it basically lowered a lot of the impact that the film could have had for people who had seen the trailers and stuff like that.
yeah.
That paired up with the fact that they would need to completely explain where a second King Ghidorah came from.
Space.
However, this itself does present a couple of issues, namely the fact that just simply bringing King Ghidorah back, outside of any sort of lore complications, which they already kind of seem to not really care about as much, would essentially be a tacit admission of, yes, we know we screwed up with King of the Monsters. We messed up King Ghidorah. Please let us do it over. Fans generally...
Not necessarily.
Exactly, yeah, like they brought Megatron over and over again in Transformers. Like they wouldn't I don't think they feel any guilt after they wrote that piece of shit that GXK was. You know, like these writers don't give a fuck. If they can do it, they will.
Especially considering what the movie did for the MonsterVerse, just how successful it was.
Yeah.
Actually,
So they know that they can do
Ghidorah
both.
back. Bringing Ghidorah back would actually be thematically relevant for Killing the Monsters in that if Ghidorah represents the climate change, as Max Allo himself has quite rightly put it, is quite obvious, then having, or I don't know, a monster, a golden dragon regenerating from what's left over from him, and maybe he regenerates faster due to man-made influences or climate events or blah 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 caused by mankind, that would be quite thematically relevant to, you can't just solve it once and everything's fine.
Like, even like regardless of how it's written, if you're telling me that you could bring back Ghidorah's consciousness via Mechagodzilla, there's going to be some way the writers are going to try to bring back Ghidorah in like totality. So, and not to mention the fact that they're trying to bring Tiamat back. I don't think it's above the writers to try to find some way to get him back.
I think that
Yeah, imagine them saying like, "Hey,
Especially
let's bring the
considering-
fucking Doodle Dragon, but like the three-headed one, like that one. Yeah, no, let's not put any effort into that one. Yeah, like I think that should be like their priority. But also, the fact that the writing team sucks so much makes it unpredictable. Like anything and also nothing could happen at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We don't really respond well to, you're just doing the same thing over again. The only other ways that I think they could possibly reintroduce King Ghidorah without having to resort to, oh yeah, another one just came from space, is if somehow the flesh regenerated, that just all the flesh was on the Kevin skull was like melted down to a big vat and humanity cloned a new one, which one would be a lot weaker because the one's younger, and second it's a human clone. Well, at the same time, Godzilla has gotten stronger than like world-ending events by absorbing so much more power. Godzilla
So
and
we're
King
not going to
Ghidorah
talk
are
about
nowhere.
what Godzilla did. It's like Mecha King Ghidorah was right there. It's already happened. There's precedent for this. You could, I don't know. Somebody decides, hey, we're going to try again with the mech concept. Builds Mecha Ghidorah because screw you. Maybe Ghidorah Stand 64 gets involved. And then, I don't know. shit
feel
goes
like-
Yeah.
awry.
I think
Yeah.
that the idea that he's going off of is basically like if they redo the same events in like King of the Monsters over again. Like I feel like that would be a bad decision, but I feel like that the Godzilla franchise has shown that you could reuse certain monsters with different stories and stuff like that, different ideas, and having a different overall placement of the monsters. And I feel like he's mostly focusing on if King of the Monsters was redone in another film, where I think that like you could have the same monster doing a different placement in the film compared to what it was shown in the previous film.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm working with my pitch concept, because structurally speaking, it is almost identical to Cottom, and that is half intentional because the story revolves around fear that the past will repeat, trauma from the past, and all that. So if you do something like that, it can work. You could make a repeat story make sense in context.
Yeah, like I think a good example is like reusing like an older monster in another film was even though I don't really like the films that much, but I think Gamera 1 and Gamera 3 reusing Giles, I think it's very creative in the way that they do it, so that not to repeat the same exact storyline, but to use it in a different creative way to where it still has an impact, and I would say even more of an impact. So yeah.
Or
The
Or,
thing is, if you want to bring
or minus-
Mecha King Ghidorah, that is a different license. That's technically a different character. Now that I think about it, so you couldn't technically do that one unless you paid again. Just I
Yeah, fair.
needed to clarify that.
but
Yeah,
still,
Mecha King Ghidorah is like his own license, essentially.
yeah. I mean, you still
and
technically
obviously
bring back
when you
Ghidorah, but yeah.
and obviously if you do make a King Ghidorah, like it would certainly help if your story, if it's in the MonsterVerse, don't do time travel. Just don't do it. Like you got the you already got the mecha ingredients there because Mecha Godzilla is already canon in this universe. It's like if you are going to do Mecha King Ghidorah and you are competent enough that you're going to be able to do it well, and you polished everything and you make sure like yes, all right, I think I got this. I think we're ready to use Mecha King Ghidorah for the next MonsterVerse film. Yeah, then you go for it so long as there's no time travel involved because I'm so fucking sick of time travel. I mean, I'm pretty sure I don't know anybody who isn't sick of time travel at this point.
Arcane made me sick of time travel.
Time travel is always tricky, and it's something that I never want to touch with a 10-foot pole.
I know.
Me neither.
That's yeah. Anyways,
Near on the same level as they were before.
Oh, I actually just wanted to, because he just said here is like we've all just said if Ghidorah regenerates from his cells, which you know to be regenerating, or Zim said, oh, another one comes from space. He's just said both of those, but he said them in very dismissive ways. Again, he's just saying something which could be done or is true, and he's putting a certain inflection on it to make it sound bad. That's all. He's not actually giving proper evidence for why this is bad.
Godzilla would massively outpower King Ghidorah.
Wait, stop.
And the last of these is
So, no, because there is no burn in Godzilla. That's the only thing that beat Ghidorah. Ghidorah was able, with just like a human power grid, was able to outmuscle a Godzilla that got hit by a nuke. So, no, Ghidorah is still able to massively overpower Godzilla and close the gap far easier. Not to mention
Zim.
Yeah.
You can't expect Max Allo to remember the film. Come on.
Well, maybe he can remember a film that he likes in this case. There is not a film, but at least extra material that he can reference if he wants to. Since it has been retconned that it needed Shimo to beat Ghidorah, Ghidorah scales the Shimo, Shimo outscales evolved Godzilla, therefore Ghidorah is still more powerful than Godzilla.
Godzilla
Yeah.
needs to get stronger than where he was during the Battle of Boston in order to even match Shimo.
So yeah, no, Ghidorah is still like a benchmark in the MonsterVerse.
What was
It's
the
not-
original point he made? I didn't really hear the point that he made.
That Ghidorah would be massively weaker than Godzilla is now.
I think it's kind of hard to say. I think from what he's shown that the pink Godzilla is a lot weaker than the burning Godzilla, and I don't really think that. I think King Ghidorah would still be like definitely a lot stronger than like Scar King, and I don't think maybe
Yeah.
stronger than Shimo, but
Yeah, there's a lot of material that states that Shimo and Ghidorah are on par, if not Ghidorah is stronger. And unlike the Heisei films or the Showa films, where their power creep was exponential across every film, so every film was a jump in power, the Ghidorah is still far and away the strongest monster of the universe at this point. Barring
And
like
not only that, like to be fair, like if we're honest, Ghidorah could just kill Godzilla whenever it wants to. It doesn't do it because plot, and this is written by someone. But he can just fly to space with Godzilla and choke him out. That's it. He
Hmm.
could do that. He just chose not to because then you don't have the movie.
material
Like
states.
as honestly with his regeneration, as long as Ghidorah has like a little bit of imagination, like he could always fight Godzilla and it could be like a close match.
Mm-hmm. As for the
And
material
that's-
stating Ghidorah is stronger than Shimo, the creator of Shimo has stated that Ghidorah is on par, if not stronger. I can link some videos for you that go over like all the power chains for this.
Also,
And
that's not even getting
mention
into the creative. That's not even getting into the creative aspect of like, what if it's a different Ghidorah, like say Grand Ghidorah or Kaiser Ghidorah, as something that is far stronger comparably to what we had before.
Yeah, and not to mention Ghidorah's consciousness was able to hack into Mechagodzilla and cause like all sorts of havoc and give both Godzilla and Kong a lot of trouble, and even especially Godzilla run for his money, but even both him and Kong like a lot of trouble at the same time. So it's like Ghidorah is pretty much like if Ghidorah were to like come back, like regenerate and what have you, like in some one way or another, or come back as Mecha King Ghidorah, he could still give Godzilla a run for his money.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like you need, like, I don't know, imagination to come up with these stories.
Yeah, there are ways around this.
Godzilla would massively outpower King Ghidorah. And the last of these is with the movie assumedly taking the stance of climate change is real, despite the fact that, again, it literally advocates for omnicide of humanity to remedy it.
I will send you to Jesus!
Moral you want to go with. King Ghidorah doesn't exactly fit that bill. A number of Godzilla's past enemies would have actually fit this biosphere xenoforming idea much better. Again, while
Ghidorah's consistent role has been a world. Ghidorah's consistent role has been a world destroyer, a being that either comes to Earth or was born from it via some way in order to tear us apart.
He literally came from Venus, and a lot whose atmosphere is like toxic and incredibly like super heated, and a lot of people compare turning Earth into a Venus-like atmosphere through global warming. So, yeah,
Also,
Ghidorah actually
Rooney,
fits the bill very, very well.
Also, Rooney, with the whole climate change theme, I think Ghidorah has the same issue as Ghidorah by virtue of being an alien. The thing is, Cottam also presents it as an invasive species, a being that is not supposed to be where it currently is now.
Yeah, I mean, like if it was supposed to be like a being that that kind like here's the thing, like if Ghidorah was an alien, then who didn't come from Earth, like then that would just sort of square away like the potential issue of like, oh, like if this thing was born on Earth, but it could like terraform it somehow, like to where it would become uninhabitable, like then what was stopping it from doing it? How could this thing possibly even exist on Earth if it can't exist on Earth? Like if it's with Ghidorah or Hedorah being aliens, it's very apparent that these things aren't supposed to live on Earth, but they are.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I think it's a different,
it's
sort of
out
like a
of
different
place.
story.
Oh, you were saying?
I think it's sort of like a different story with Hedorah, mostly because I think the film presents Hedorah as like I think feeding off of pollution and sort of things like that. So it's not like exactly like it's just an alien that grew from stuff like that. I think it's like mostly that it's like stuff affected from pollution. So I think it's like is not exactly the same type of message, I don't think.
No, but like, and the invasive species angle adds to the climate change thing. Polar bears, for example, are, with the Arctic ice caps being, the way they are in current mannerisms, polar bears are seen to be moving in far more southern directions and invading upon other territories in areas that they shouldn't be in. Would Ghidorah not be? Could the invasive species aspect not be added to it? Plus the fact that it's not supposed to be here adds to the unnaturalness, adds to the thing of this is not nature's order. This is not a good thing.
This is why I like Killing the Monsters. Every time someone brings up a point, like, oh, well, he's a space alien, so he's got nothing to do with climate change. And then you just go, well, it's not part of the natural order, which is the point it's trying to make. And this is it. Almost every point can be argued. I love this film.
Yeah. We have real world comparisons to work with.
That is a pretty freaking metal idea. Again, xenoforming hostily an entire alien planet to your own liking. And then when you're done with the kaiju that did all the work for you, you simply wipe them all out. There was already a kaiju that more or less did this. Orga, or rather the Millennium's plan back in Godzilla 2000. This was actually what they were doing. They were changing the atmosphere within Tokyo before Godzilla actually put a stop to them. Biollante having been a plant kaiju.
Well,
No.
by that same, what's it called? That's what their plan was. But I would say that at least in King of the Monsters, we actually see Ghidorah doing things far more than we see Orga doing things. But like the first part of their plan was having them have something that was more suitable to Earth before they continued their plan to establish the the Millennium 100-year empire thing.
Mm-hmm. It's like, from what I remember, I think it was their plan was to take the DNA of Godzilla to adapt to this environment so that way they could actually survive on Earth and not change Earth to their needs. Unless I'm misremembering.
Well, I
It's
think
been a
throughout
long
the film
time
they were
since
like
I've seen it, so
looking for DNA of certain things. Like I think they were like scanning people and then they scanned Godzilla and saw that he was like perfect for getting adapted to like the Earth and stuff like that. So wouldn't have to, from what I remember in the film, I don't really watch this film that much, but yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking it was. But yeah. Would I like to see Orga in the MonsterVerse? Yes. Should he have been Ghidorah's replacement? No. Probably not, actually. Do I want to see Orga again, period? Yes, please.
Anyways.
do you know how they could do it? With Ghidorah.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. Orga is the byproduct of King Ghidorah.
This is what I mean, is that the way they've introduced Ghidorah into the MonsterVerse opens up so many avenues of not only bringing back Ghidorah, but also introducing other monsters. Oxygen Destroyer, the Destroyer, sorry, as a monster. Oh, maybe the Oxygen Destroyer weapon fused with some of Ghidorah's DNA, and then over the years has been slowly growing at the bottom of the sea, and then suddenly, boom, he grows out and attacks, and where they go, Destroyer.
Or maybe like some of Ghidorah's DNA was taken by the Oxygen Destroyer, and a crustacean or something like that was caught in the crossfire got attached to it, and because of Ghidorah's regenerative properties, the crustacean started getting more powerful over time.
It's what I mean. It's like all you need is a bit of imagination, creativity, and you can do all sorts. So for people to say, "Oh, Ghidorah's dead," that's it, done. He's got no more effect on the world. It's like, no, that's purely a creative choice.
Or Ghidorah's DNA could be used to create Biollante.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
He's literally an inception point in the MonsterVerse.
Yeah, there's like you got like stories upon stories that you can use, in this world where Ghidorah can be relevant and his impact on the world can just ripple out, into far reaching. But no,
we had precedent. Thing is, we had precedent for this in the movie afterwards. Mechagodzilla actually did make use of Ghidorah.
Well, to that point, I think it's actually like I think maybe it would become like for the overall audience. I think maybe it would become overall kind of tiresome to have King Ghidorah be brought back like with every single idea. I think like sort of like a thing with the Heisei Godzilla films with. I think maybe a reason why they didn't want to do the Ghost Godzilla idea would be because they had like Mecha Godzilla, they had Space Godzilla, and then having another sort of Godzilla. And then even like for Space Godzilla, they didn't want to, from what I remember in like interviews, they didn't want to bring back Mecha Godzilla because it would like be like another Godzilla sort of thing. So yeah, I think.
But like for Destroyer, because a lot of people want Destroyer to be our final boss. Having him be a byproduct of Ghidorah would probably be a good full circle thing.
I feel like it would be like a creative spin on like the. It would be better than just using like the Oxygen Destroyer. I feel like, although that is a big part of it, but I think I don't really know about Destroyer in the MonsterVerse. I'm kind of mixed on the idea. I don't think currently the MonsterVerse with the Godzilla vs. Kong and Godzilla X Kong, I don't feel like it could really remake any older monster the best it could be, except maybe like the Condor or something. I don't know.
Honestly, the Condor is pretty fitting for this. So
Condor solos the MonsterVerse.
Well, you haven't really
said Destroyer versus Ghidorah be a really cool fight.
Okay. Yeah.
I haven't said much just because like there's not much to add. Like he hasn't said much that's like he hasn't said anything that makes me like think much. Like and everything I think about what he's saying, you guys are probably saying already. Yeah.
This is what I was saying earlier. Listening to him, you're just like, yeah, we know this. Yeah, we know this. Yeah, we know this. Yeah, we know this. It's like there's nothing really to like spark a conversation except for when he says something incredibly stupid.
Yeah.
Which thankfully he has said a couple of times.
At least, yeah, we got a couple things.
How far are we?
Should we? I wanted to ask you, like, do you guys think
minutes.
that maybe we should put him on 2-speed?
I don't have that option on here, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
Oh, damn. Maybe we could swap out for you screen sharing, and then you could do that.
You wanna have me do it?
We could probably try that.
Yeah, sure. I was literally looking at his channel just a second ago, so let me just find it again.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's Icon of Evil. Out there it is. And C Animus, what was he at for the point in the video?
15 minutes 40 seconds.
15 minutes 40 seconds. There we go.
Yeah.
Let's put it at 50
maybe-
minutes 38 seconds. We'll make it as like simple as it can be.
Yeah. Maybe not necessarily 2 times speed, but maybe like
1.75.
1.
Yeah.
1.75, 1.5,
Wow.
whichever.
Okay. 1 sec. There we go.
All right. Here we go. Adding to the screen. Here we go. Yeah. Try to move this along a little bit. All right.
There we go. All right, gentlemen, let's go.
Actually, what they were doing, they were changing the atmosphere within Tokyo.
Yeah, it's a little too fast. I can follow along, but I know it's going to be harder for other people. So do 1.5.
Yeah.
Before Godzilla actually put a stop to them. Biollante having been a plant kaiju human tribal would have also made far more sense, and actually fit within the scope of humanity trying to mess with nature and harnessing the power of the kaiju for science, and horribly backfiring, which is largely the entire running theme of the MonsterVerse.
Okay, but Biollante also feels like way too far in comparison. Like, we just got introduced to these things, and now we're getting into genetic engineering. That
There was also
feels like a
like
bit of a jump.
it's like a well, like also we do know that the kid that they talked about how Jonah had been experimenting with like Titan products and like the black market for that. So you could also tie into that story as well.
Yeah.
Not to
Fair, but,
mention
like,
with like all the external material, not just the books, but like the games and stuff having like Titans or like Hollow Earth creatures with like mechanisms and stuff attached to them. Like it's possible.
Also, again, you don't need to do genetic engineering just because it's Violante. You can just say it's a plant.
Yeah, a hyper evolved plant.
Yeah.
fair enough.
Hollow Earth plant at this rate.
Yeah. Well, no, remember,
How-
what's it called? The best character in GXK, Mikael, got killed by a tree. So
Oh yeah.
It was a baby Violante.
it's a baby Biollante, baby Lante.
Oh my god.
Hollow Earth is our...
Biollante is Miguel.
Yeah, that's solo Mikael! Biollante is a solo Mikael!
He goes up to the surface to eat everyone. The first thing the plant says is so much for science of life, and then just explodes the planet
I know,
from
just
the
even
inside.
better.
No.
It's
Violante
he just
starts
goes after
attacking
Trapper
places.
Specifically.
Exactly. He starts attacking places, and they're like, "Why does he keep attacking? He's attacked this place and this place. Why does he keep attacking them?" And then they work out it's where Trapper's going.
Yeah.
I'll take you. I'm gonna deal with this hippy dippy bullshit. I'm about to kill that bitch.
No, literally, what's it called? That'd be such a satisfying arc. You know, the consequences of your actions, Trapper. You know, like actually not being just the funny man. I support this entirely. Like, no, there's no need for like the like Twitter idea of Gia becoming Biollante. No, we need Mikael to become Biollante. Mikaelante.
Gia's Biollante is the worst idea. Well, not the worst idea for the MonsterVerse, but like, it's bad. No, Mikael, do it. Do it. Like we learned the tree takes DNA from the things it eats, and it's eaten so many Hollow Earth monsters that it's just outgrown its home.
Or if it's not salvageable, like, you know, we could just assume that the tree, like, maybe like someone just took. There was like a little bit of like Mikhail's blood that got splattered on his gun. Someone may have just like picked that up. Like, and the tree is like just. I mean, we could just assume that the tree just kind of like moves to different places. So they were just like, okay, tree's not here. Good. All right, let's take a sample of this. Now let's find a plant to put this in. Maybe get some DNA. I don't know. We'll just clone Mikhail or something.
Planet hopping destroyer just for absolute fun, going planet to planet, wiping them out for his own amusement. So while this incarnation did actually add a little bit more of a layers to it, and that is he's expanding his territory and claiming Earth as his own to make it to his own liking, this change seems to have been in the interest of putting on that sort of climate change narrative, which has me a little worried. We know that Hollywood has
You
been
could say the same thing about GMK, though.
Gonna say the same thing about Godzilla versus King Ghidorah.
That too.
Yeah.
On putting in messaging for the audience. This is something we're going to be doing in another entire video on its own, but Hollywood has been very big on this for a long time. Same with not even just Hollywood, but really entertainment outlets in the West, and utilizing them as essentially a hammer to get that message into the audience. The picking of
Rodan. The original Rodan film mentions global warming.
Actually, all of the Tohoverse talks about, like the ambient, like the,
Godzilla has
how's the word in English?
So many
Godzilla has
films.
always been environmentalist in some way, shape, or form.
It's Hollywood who's pushing this narrative, blah 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 blah.
Well, I mean,
The
yeah,
way
like
you
Godzilla
pay
versus
attention
Mothra.
to
Wait.
the original movie.
One at a time. GST was gonna say something.
You also have Godzilla versus Mothra, which I think is probably like the most pushy with like its idea of like the our environment and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
and
it's
even
not
then
just,
that. Yeah,
there's
and
definitely
even
standards
then,
for it in the MonsterVerse. I mean the
and even
Godzilla franchise.
and even then you have, and even then that's an extension of the original Mothra movie. You have the nuke in the original 54 movie directly affecting life itself via Godzilla's very existence. Ah.
Like, I think that is it true? I would say, like, is it true that Hollywood has really wanted to push certain messages into their films? Yes. Is this
Yes.
just common for the West? No. I think every film is going to possibly have messaging in it based on who has made it. I just think that overall Western films more recently have just been poor in portraying their messages. It's not that the West is unique in doing so.
Yeah, like,
This
I
is
mean,
the thing.
there's been some films that have been able to get whatever messages they want to do say, into them, in a way that's in a reasonably well executed manner. But yeah, more often than not, there's, they're not so well done.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's put it this way: in King of the Monsters, it's a whole allegory for global warming, and people just pick that up. The film didn't need to put it in a great big huge neon sign across the screen saying, "Hey, guess by the way, this is about global warming." People just picked it up from the storytelling, which is usually a good sign of good storytelling. GVK uses the trope of whenever someone makes a point about something. Do you know how animals know where they're going? They use this, that, and whatever, and they go, "Oh yes, salmon." It's like that's used so often. It's a trope. It's not a trope. It's what's the bad version of that? I can't remember the name of it now.
Cliche.
Cliche. Thank you. It's a cliche at this point that people go, "Oh, do you know how animals use magnetism to do this?" Blah blah blah. Oh yes, like pigeons or like this animal. Blah blah. It's used so often, and GVK did it. It's I thought we were out of that. I thought we'd grown out of doing that, but no, apparently not.
Also, like, if you want to just see Ghidorah as like a representation of the devil or just an invasive species, and you want to ignore the like environmental stuff, like you can technically do that too. It's not
King of the
heavy-handed.
I think it's very good at having multi-layered storytelling that you could just go, "I'm going to focus on this one instead of this one today."
I think it's because environmentalism has become such a contentious topic that's why he's so on the issue rather than the issue itself.
Utilizing them as essentially a hammer to get that message into the audience. The picking of Ghidorah in this worst possible interpretation of things seems to have been done just to get as many eyeballs and attention as possible. I really hope that this is not the case, since, yes, in the past, kaiju have been used as representations and stand-ins for social discussion about things such as natural disasters and a simple social commentary. However, there has always been a layer of symbolism and separation to allow that commentary to come through, while again also not feeling like he's being bludgeoned over your head with. It allows the audience to come to its own thoughts and feelings about something throughout the movie before, in the end, giving that final line to tie it back to this is what the book is. And with the monsters, at basically the start of the movie, comes out and says humanity is destroying the Earth and we need to be purged to save the Earth, which, again, Emma at the end of the movie is found out to be entirely wrong, meaning the entire movie is kind of antithetical to the point it seems to be trying to make. For a movie that handles this sort of idea, in fact, the exact same concept of kaiju being used
Do we
as
even need to bother?
One sec, wait. I just want him to cover. Wait. I just wanted to cover Pacific Rim because I have a point that I can tie into Pacific Rim based on what he says.
is Pacific Rim. The aliens are seeking to terraform Earth. However, that one just does it a lot more tactfully and clever, since you know that kaiju blue, which is the blood of the kaiju in Pacific Rim, is very ammonia-based. That is toxic to humans. This makes sense, as from another planet, something would have an entirely different biological system because they would have developed under different circumstances, different conditions. It also helps that kaiju blue is toxic to humans. It poisons our environments, making it harder for us to survive. Now, as we find out later in the movie, humanity living and humanity doing things has made Earth more hospitable to the aliens, and they were just using us to essentially terraform the Earth for them, with some assistance from their own kaiju coming in, destroying things, and weakening our defenses, so that they can come in and take over everything. The thing is, we don't find out about that until basically the end, and it isn't spoon-fed hammered to you. You kind of have to, one, have a little bit of understanding of chemistry and science to understand it, and second, it's not belabored. It's sort of an extra layer to understand that if you understand it, it makes the movie a lot more clever than the kind of dumb action kaiju film it is somewhat represented as, and if you don't, you can just enjoy the movie as a good kaiju blockbuster. You can't really do that with King of the Monsters. Mixed with, again, the fact that Emma...
If anything, with Pacific Rim, the whole idea of the precursors using humans to further terraform the environment, and saying that that's like a good idea for climate change, pushes the blame of climate change and the idea of climate change is usually that's human caused onto a third party, which lessens the impact of usually the themes of those kinds of stories, which is to be more environmentally conscious. Not to mention the fact that like the whole evolutionary thing makes no sense because the kaiju aren't animals, they're bioengineered weapons. And it again makes the whole idea of climate change to be an external third-party source rather than certain actions humans taking causing there to be unforeseen effects on the environment.
Also, the story of the Pacific Rim is massively flawed. Not only the fact that the aliens turned up before and then just decided without any resilience to their actions whatsoever to just not bother terraforming Earth. Then
No, what's explained by Newt is that humanity has already set up shop for them. Like humanity's terraforming has already done enough for them. The only reason they're staying now is because of our actions. Back then, with the dinosaurs, life was not suitable for them whatsoever because the Earth was not under the right conditions.
Given the technological process of the precursors, I don't really understand how it would have taken them that long to then create a system for like the process to occur and why it needs specifically humans, but it's something I excuse.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. I haven't seen the film in ages, but yeah. And then also, I'd just like to point out, do you know how he's been taking essentially perfectly viable points and just putting on a snarky or dismissive tone to make them sound bad? Pacific Rim has this point about environmentalism, but it leaves it right till the end, as if it's almost just been tacked on. That shows bad writing. There you go.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say it's right to the end. There are hints of it, but
well, no, exactly.
I would say the environmentalism. The thing is, environmentalism isn't Pacific Rim's core theme. The core, at least from what I could gather, I don't know how true this is, but Pacific Rim's core theme is basically the same as Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster: human collaboration allowing us to save the day.
Emma's wrong at the end of the movie, as well as the fact that she is wrong about a lot of things throughout the entire movie, namely, that King Ghidorah is going to try and help Earth, which he doesn't. And again, at the end of the movie, Earth was actually in balance the entire time. It was her actions that upset it by waking up King Ghidorah. So again, it's hard to tell what the point of the movie was trying to get across. And the worst part about it is that
the villain
Ghidorah as this instrument. If they were trying to go for this idea, it's very unlikely they would have picked King Ghidorah. And even if they did want to go with this idea, other kaiju simply would have been better fit for it. Yeah, that was a bit of a lot. There was a myriad of bad decisions that went into King of the Monsters' portrayal of King Ghidorah, a lot of it involving everything from the start to the end of the process of making the movie, and something about the representation of the character. as well as the way that they actually just handled things going on after the movie ended and continued on with sequels. But that is not all that there is. There is a lot of good that was done with this version of King Ghidorah, despite many of the failings. The best of this is actually something that Toho themselves was almost completely unable to do. Legendary's portrayal evolved the character from well beyond his Toho roots, to a degree that really only Rebirth of Mothra 3 ever even came slightly close to doing, and that one never even really showcased him to the same degree as a true threat. MonsterVerse King Ghidorah, they show the true grandeur, the scope and scale of King Ghidorah as a rival to Godzilla in terms of presence, in terms of his ability to threaten the entire world. A large part of this is the limitations of animation and the advantages of CGI. The CGI allowed for much better, smoother motions and a much more emotive King Ghidorah. You can see individual expressions, individual emotions on each of the three faces. You can get far more aggressive battles than you could ever get with animation. After all, take a look at Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah in the 90s with King Ghidorah stomping on Godzilla versus King of the Monsters, King Ghidorah stomping on Monster vs. Godzilla. It's complete night and day. While the overall plot and story requiring King Ghidorah's actions is, we've given our criticism of it, the way the in-story presentation...
Literally, that entire point is just, we got the better graphics, now the things are like how we imagine them to be, so therefore it is better than the Toho. That's not a point.
Were we not?
I mean, he's right. It's just because here's the thing: like Ghidorah, I could never really take it seriously. Like either it was the story itself, fucking Ghidorah over. You know, like he just gets gangbanged by 11 monsters, and he's never really a threat, or he was given a different origin. You know, like in Heisei, he was like this abomination of the Dorats. Then he was turned into a good guy. No, so like it's the best Ghidorah. It's the most dangerous one we've seen. Yeah, but it's not like it was hard to do compared to what came before. And yes, a lot of it was because of effect.
Yeah, but I think most of the point that he's making is the effects rather than the actual story itself, because he's criticized the story enough for not being good. So I'm not going to grant him the idea that now he's praising the story when it's suitable for his point.
Yeah,
I was with him in terms of this is like the best version of Ghidorah. Let's say the way I'm going to say it. It's like this is the scariest, the most dominant, the most blah blah every of Ghidorah that we've ever had. And it's like, yeah, I would agree to that. And it's like his evidence for it is the CGI, the graphical, the technological limitations are less. It's like, oh, that's not a great bit of evidence there, mate.
Yeah, like I mean, come on, get to more substantive stuff. It's like why not just like say like because Ghidorah like actually poses like not just a major threat to Godzilla, but like to Earth, you know, with his own sense of agency, you know, that with his own sense of agency that we haven't seen since Ghidorah, three-headed monster.
Yeah. Ghidorah himself displays a might that Ghidorah the three-headed monster wanted us to see, but but didn't really get across. Not because of limitations, but mainly because I think because it was more so focused on telling us the threat of Ghidorah rather than actively giving us exactly what kind of power this thing is doing.
Yeah.
Of it takes place is, bar none, some of the best. Comparatively silly idea of Rebirth of Mothra 3, where he is snatching up younglings and essentially draining their life force to power himself up, versus the walking, or rather flying, cataclysmic apocalypse that he is in this movie. You can see the massive storms he is creating, the pure devastation and destruction he is able to cause effortlessly. He comes off as a true and serious threat by being able to actually display power that you weren't really able to do with practical effects beforehand. It also returned King Ghidorah to his cosmic destroyer roots that he kind of lost throughout most of Toho's portrayal alongside Arm and Hammer are both.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess what I can say about this is like is that it seems like what he's saying is more or less what I was trying to say, but but now my issue though is like he should have like said this first. and then like if you wanted to go into the animation side of things.
Mm-hmm.
The only time Godzilla was an independent intellectual entity prior to King of the Monsters in a movie alongside Godzilla was all the way back in Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. Every other movie, he was under the control of aliens or under the control of humans. Since in GMK, the original creature King Ghidorah was, Yamato no Orochi, was slain by Japanese warriors in the past and originally a hostile creature. It was the praying over the three dead guardian monsters, which same was Baragon and Mothra, by Japan's honorable dead, that their souls were able to get the bodies of those monsters to fight for Japan. GMK Ghidorah was never a good guy. It was simply the souls motivating it to defend Japan from Godzilla. Here,
If it's the souls motivating it, then Ghidorah is acting of his own free will then. So, like, by your own logic, Ghidorah would be a good guy there.
Yeah. Especially considering he is portrayed in such a manner.
Mm-hmm.
That's like saying Gamera isn't a good guy because he
trying to
knows
be
what he
controlled.
does.
It's almost like it is a deliberate jab at that age-old trope of Ghidorah being basically a alien or human flesh puppet. Which means that Legendary was able to do Toho's ideas for monsters far better than they himself had ever done. I very firmly believe that despite the flaws of King of the Monsters, this is going to be the gold standard of King Ghidorah going forward.
Oh, definitely.
Godzilla's rival, this is another argument that I actually think is somewhat flawed, despite the fact that King Ghidorah is Godzilla's principal arch rival. He is the monster that Godzilla has clashed with the most of all. Godzilla has fought King Ghidorah 11 different times, keeping in mind there's about 4 Godzilla movies. The next closest number of movies shared with a rival is Mothra at something around 5. Kind of going along with what the first topic point, Ghidorah never saw Godzilla as a rival. It was always a meta-contextual thing, kind of like Sonic and Mario. But it was King of the Monsters that actually made this a character trait of the two of them, where they see one another as rivals. Or rather, King Ghidorah and Godzilla as a rival. Godzilla simply sees King Ghidorah as a threat that needs to be destroyed. A particularly difficult one, but he has more than enough rivals in the MonsterVerse as is. But the complaint is often that Ghidorah was the biggest caliber rival Godzilla has, or biggest caliber monster Godzilla has in his library of kaiju enemies. This is nowhere near the truth. There are a number of King Ghidorah caliber rivals. Destroya, Space Godzilla is probably one of the biggest. Mechagodzilla, though they have already used him, and Bagon, despite the fact that he has not appeared in the movie.
Really?
Vagan
No,
doesn't
no.
count.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but like I think the only reason why he's saying these are King Ghidorah caliber rivals is because of the fact that they are of similar power, if not they are portrayed as often more powerful than Godzilla himself.
Yeah, I think the same. I think that's what he means.
Yeah, but like, come on, Bagan.
Yeah, exactly. Like, at least
Really?
do something that exists.
Really? It's like if we're going by that logic, then Griffin would count, maybe.
Like if we're counting things that like have not appeared in like official Godzilla material or like anything of that sort. Like, yeah, okay, I guess. Sure.
I'm just kind of listening. Like why are you even bringing up just bring up the movies? God, dude.
Do we keep playing
Hell,
just to
I would've
see if
been-
he says something
No.
even worse?
Yeah, let's let him play.
Even if he included something like the TV shows, I would have been fine with that. Something
Skeleturtle.
something like maybe Cyberzilla or Axor or something like that. Fine, because that was actually used. Like, Bagon.
Let's just see what he has to say.
Has long been something that was a Godzilla high caliber enemy. It's simply that King Ghidorah is his most famous and numerous rival. So this is really the community as a whole kind of being a little petty and really having a bit of a stick up for really no reason. All of this is also further compounded with
I just want to go back.
high caliber enemy. It's simply that King Ghidorah is his most famous and numerous rival. So this is really the community as a whole kind of being a little petty and really having a bit of a stick up there, but for really no reason.
What the fuck does this have to do with the community? Like, what
Why are you pitting this on the fandom?
What the
fuck are you
is this?
talking about?
What is he doing?
I think the whole point of this is that was Ghidorah used too soon? Was he wasted? And this is him saying, no, he's not. It's just everybody's getting pissy about it. That's his point.
What?
No, I think what he's saying is that Ghidorah was used because it was considered like Godzilla's biggest rival, but he's saying that it wasn't necessarily even like that in the first place. We just like
overhyped Ghidorah as a community, which I think that, yeah, sure, because even I myself said that in his movies, Ghidorah has always been, like this thing that it's like, oh no, the ender of worlds, and then when he appears, he gets gangbanged. Like, like he doesn't have a chance to actually be threatening.
Well, I think that's the
So
point, is that he's always, anytime Ghidorah has appeared, Godzilla's never usually fighting him solo. And the only time Godzilla has fought Ghidorah solo, or a Ghidorah creature solo, is in the Heisei series, when they were looking to after the success of, or like the lack of success of Godzilla versus Biollante was to bring back something iconic, and Ghidorah was iconic. So it wasn't even like the fans thing, it was like what the producers thought was good. And when they realized Ghidorah did well,
exactly.
that's why they brought back the other monsters. So that was never something where the fans demanded Ghidorah be brought back in the Heisei series. It was the producers.
You could
I
also
mean, I
add
guess you could
GMK
say that.
You could also add GMK to that list where Godzilla fought Ghidorah in a one-on-one.
Yeah, but he needed, like, Ghidorah
but
as the
even-
hero needed Mothra and Baragon. So in
and
that
also,
case,
and it was also there out of arbitrary producer credit.
Yeah.
It's like Varan was supposed to be in that role,
Mhm.
But that's what I wanted to say. Like maybe you could also consider the fact that the fans did support that, since they did go and watch the movie where Ghidorah was, and not as much the movie where there was a new monster. But also, I think that people, like it was just like a nostalgia thing. Probably if you brought someone else from Showa and you made a good movie out of it, people will then start liking that character. Like if you made a good Gabara movie, probably there will be more Gabara fans than there are right now, because
Yeah.
Gabara.
I'm of the same opinion, that I think, like, a lot of the C and D lister monsters, if they were in, like, if they got the chance to be in better movies, would have more fans. But like, I do think there's like a lot of people who like don't want that to happen because people don't care, so it's a self-fulfilling prophecy in that
Yeah,
case.
but for example, Gigan didn't even appear in a good movie, and just because he was so cool in Final Wars, he's now like
A fan favorite,
yeah.
People want Gigan to come back because he's a fan favorite, whereas Kumanga is ignored because he isn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All of this is also further compounded with if Legendary continues to want to use the Toho library of monsters going forward, something which they seem to be no longer really doing. I myself have been very critical of the idea of bringing in Destroyer into the MonsterVerse, largely because the Aki Destroyer doesn't have the same power it did in the original series, and Space Godzilla as an enemy doesn't really make sense given a number of things, but there are still a large number of high-caliber enemies in the Godzilla series, even if they aren't to the same King Ghidorah caliber. That is just as their typical portrayal would go. Something like Gigan and Megalon could easily be competent high-tier threats. Orga as well. Another example being Batra. Batra is a much more offensive counterpart to Mothra. We already know Mothra is more or less an equal to Godzilla. The entire essentially wasting of Godzilla's rival net to use the biggest caliber, and that King Ghidorah should have been this sort of Thanos level threat is completely nonsense. Now, should he have gotten a little bit of better setup? That I agree. I do feel he was rushed, but with the kind of arguments being made, the usage of King Ghidorah at all would have made people upset. Like, the usage of any of these monsters in whatever order would have made people upset. It's kind of a no-win situation for some people because they would have always liked to see certain monsters later, certain monsters earlier, and as people have them had up their own mind. In terms of Ghidorah's lasting impact on the MonsterVerse itself, while yes, this has been almost heavily eroded to the point of non-existence, his lasting impact was Mechagodzilla. Now, the involvement of King Ghidorah in Mechagodzilla for MonsterVerse, that is something that can be criticized, and I feel if it is going to be criticized, it should be criticized for the right reasons. Oftentimes, it is simply down to Mechagodzilla should be a reflection of Godzilla, not King Ghidorah. Except for the fact that this is not even the first time that a King Ghidorah has been involved in the construction of Mechagodzilla, which is literally the whole point of why this Mechagodzilla was made this way. It's a callback to Mechagodzilla 2. But second is that the entire origin of this one, in terms of the other half of it, more or less comes from Kiryu, which is generally seen as the favorite amongst all Mechagodzillas. Both are a skeletal remains of a kaiju being built inside, or at least involved in the control system of a giant robot, which breaks through the control, goes rogue, and ends up fighting against humanity. Now, the difference between Kiryu and Mechagodzilla MonsterVerse is that Kiryu was the soul of the original Godzilla, inhabiting the mecha suit that is Kiryu, and just wanting peace and go back to the ocean and just go back to the afterlife. MonsterVerse Mechagodzilla is a lot of King Ghidorah's lingering resentments mixed with Apex Cybernet's control sequences and Ren Serizawa's hate for Godzilla, all lashing out to just want to game end Godzilla and cause more and more destruction.
That would still make Heisei Mechagodzilla in all of its incarnations more consistent with MonsterVerse Mechagodzilla, since, like Heisei Mechagodzilla, it was built around the remains of a King Ghidorah, and then goes rogue because of the sentiments of the previous Ghidorah monster influencing the Mechagodzilla and its behavior. So, I don't really follow here, my guy.
I mean, he's just stating something like, I don't think it's a problem, to be fair.
It's not a problem,
There's
but
not much
like
to say, though.
No, but the reason why he's influencing Kiryu is that like because Kiryu is considered the fan favorite, and he's saying that Kiryu's done better because it's more focused on Godzilla rather than on King Ghidorah.
Well, so Hounded Beast Studios suck.
Hey, dude.
Wait, what happened? What?
No, someone's saying
he
suck.
said hi.
Say, what's up?
At the end of the day, why is one backstory, despite being the exact same more or less, loved and the other hated? Mechagodzilla is simply humanity creating a reflection of Godzilla. Oftentimes,
Wait. Which one is he saying is hated? What?
MonsterVerse Mechagodzilla.
I don't.
It's not hated. Like,
I've seen.
am I speaking to a bunch of
dislike
people
this.
that love it?
I know a
I
lot
know
of people
people-
don't like this Mechagodzilla, but it's usually because of the design rather than origin.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's people saying that it looks like Transformers and all of that, which I don't think it really does. But yeah, like
Even
the
I,
origin.
No, not really.
I disagree with.
Never-
I disagree with that notion. I see a lot of Pacific Rim influence in this take.
I'll be
If
honest.
anything, Wingard said that he designed MonsterVerse Mechagodzilla designed as like inspired by Transformers in the sense of like he wanted to move away from Bayformers design. He even like cited it's supposed to be like more classic Transformers design wise.
Yeah, more blocky, and also Terminator.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah,
say this:
I mean-
I like outside of a few proportions, I've actually really grown on this design for Mechagodzilla. It's
Yeah.
not like one of the Toho designs where I think it's like a cut below them, but I still actually really enjoy it.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
not
it's not my
for-
favorite. Yeah, I mean, like GBK Mechagodzilla, it's not my favorite Mechagodzilla design, but I do like it quite a bit. It's just when people criticize how Mechagodzilla in the MonsterVerse, it should be more to do with like how how we got there just makes no a sense plot wise.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. Is that do I like the Mechagodzilla MonsterVerse Mechagodzilla? It's like I can't really say because of where it is. It's like I can't. If I start thinking about it, all I think about is the story surrounding it and how we got there. And it's just like I don't like everything else, and then Mechagodzilla just gets lumped in with it.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. I like a lot of what it tries to do. I think tying it back to Ghidorah was a step in the right direction, because it at least acknowledges Gotham. And design-wise, I think this is a pretty solid look for him. Nowhere near my favorite. I have yet to see anything that tops Kiryu, but it really comes down to a lot of the execution stuff, like you said.
Yeah.
It's
It's
Yeah,
like I
even-
think that like honestly, Godzilla versus Kong should have been its own movie, and Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla should have been its own movie.
yeah.
Like considering that, like when it comes to sales in general, like figures and stuff, Mechagodzilla trails ahead of like Ghidorah, Mothra, and Rodan. I think that you would have made people a lot more happy with having Godzilla fight Mechagodzilla and have that be something that was marketed versus Godzilla versus Kong.
Mm-hmm.
Because then it might have felt like the build up to Godzilla versus Kong. You'd actually, if you plant the seeds of Godzilla versus Kong into a Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla movie, it would actually do more in terms of making Godzilla feel like more like a heel if you justified Apex's decisions better, and probably would have made the fight and stuff for Godzilla versus Kong more logical, and you wouldn't need to justify them like teaming up against a common foe at the end.
Yeah. Are you still going to be doing the GVK rewrite stream? Because I've been thinking about
Yes. We are gonna do that. I'm just thinking whether I want to schedule that for May or June. It's gonna be one of these months. I'm thinking maybe June.
Okay, because I've been thinking about how I would go for this, like specifically, because I'm of a similar mind. I think Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla should have been its own thing. And I have an idea of where I'm going with that, both as a story that also homages the Mechagodzilla duology. So
awesome.
I like you've completely made me like 180 my idea for my for a GVK rewrite. Because my original one was basically Godzilla versus Kong, and then Mechagodzilla is made out of training parts they were using to train Kong to fight Godzilla. And then Apex put all those together to make Mechagodzilla. It would be interesting to now think of like they were doing that with Kong, and then it is Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla with the focus on Mechagodzilla.
Yeah,
that would be quite interesting, actually.
Yeah, I just personally think that like Godzilla, like if you're gonna do something with Mechagodzilla, like don't make him be second fiddle to two other famous monsters. Have him be the big bad, in my opinion. That's just like me personally, I guess. But let's keep.
What if Mechagodzilla and Kong teamed up against Godzilla, and then Apex decided to turn on Kong during the fight?
That could also work too.
I like that.
Yeah, that could have worked. I mean, and the thing is, Mechagodzilla, what GVK, the film that we got, was trying to do with Mechagodzilla was that they were having him be like the big bad, but they just wanted to keep it a secret. But they were trying to keep it a secret and kind of do some red herrings with like, oh, Godzilla's like going awry. But yeah, obviously you have like the whole logistics of how everything lines up plot wise in order for like for us to get this reveal is just it's all messed up.
Don't understand, and it ends up biting us in the butt. That's always been the way Mechagodzillas have been when they're made by humans. Things always go horribly wrong because we're harnessing a power we cannot possibly understand. Most of the issues reflecting on this in terms of writing are just problems of Godzilla vs. Kong's story.
Then why is it called The Trial of Godzilla King of the Monsters?
Why are you criticizing GVK? Why are you criticizing Kong for something? Not that. Not why are you criticizing GVK? Why are you criticizing Kadam for something GVK did?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It says The Trial of Godzilla King of the Monsters. It's like, well, and you criticized it for things that were more or retroactively at the fault of the sequels, and now you're directly criticizing the sequels. Like, okay,
yeah, wait.
This
can
video,
we do a summary of his points so far? Because I think we should maybe do that. Because the first one was his main misunderstanding with the movie message as a whole.
Yeah,
and then he goes on and attacks King of the Monsters based on that misunderstanding that he has. Then,
I mean, needless to say, like this whole video, like just seems, it's so like the idea of it, of like. I'm like trying to like discuss like whether or not King Ghidorah was wasted in the MonsterVerse. It's like, like in retrospect, it's like that. Like you can make pretty solid arguments in this. But the problem though, the thing is though, is like he also wants to say, get his like grievances towards King of the Monsters in there as well. And then his grievances towards it's so scattershot in execution. Which. It's like, but like the premise is there, but the execution is just all over the place. He's all over the map, really. It just comes off as more of a ramble than anything, which, I mean, I guess it's less egregious than something like Up from the Depths' GXK defense essay, which to be honest, was just which was awful, which was a bad idea from its inception, and an execution that's even worse.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God. Oh God. Animus, you're gonna have fun with that one.
Oh yes.
I've got a long weekend.
Set up as simultaneously being incredibly obvious that it's Mechagodzilla, and also intended as a late movie plot twist that actually, surprise, surprise, Mechagodzilla all along, when we kind of knew this was coming, and also saw it coming, but also it wasn't really obvious at all. Despite being a fantastic implementation of a way for Mechagodzilla to be made in-universe, humanity wants a way to kill Godzilla, so why not use the skull of the thing that almost beat Godzilla, combine it with the same energy signature that is basically used to power Godzilla, to power the machine. It's a concept that if it was done in a Toho movie, everyone would say was great and loved. It's in the fact that it was made by an American studio that people don't like it.
Okay, all right, pause it right
Again,
here.
who are those
I
people?
highly disagree with that.
Pause it
Why
right.
are
Pause
you
it right
being
here.
so
Let me
fake?
let me say this. We would still, people would still criticize this movie's plot if it was made by Japan, by Toho, as opposed to Legendary. It doesn't, if you don't change the writing at all, but then you just put it under, it's just kicking the can down the road. You're moving the script as it is, and no changes whatsoever from one studio being responsible to a different one in this hypothetical. It doesn't change a goddamn thing about how good the script is.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I'd
Or
just be
bad.
more likely to call it better because it's Japanese. Because Japanese Godzilla films are always better than American ones, full stop, regardless, no matter what. But I will say he's just reminded me of that absolutely god awful plot point. They go to the Hollow Earth, they scan a rock, and suddenly Mechagodzilla is powered by that energy.
They
How?
synthesize it.
How?
Yeah, how? They
Via
synthesize that
Bluetooth.
energy.
Well, just the idea that they went from
Imagine.
tanks and stuff to a Mechagodzilla literally makes no sense. And just
Imagine you get they find uranium and they go, oh, what is this? And then they scan it and they go, oh, it's putting out some kind of nuclear radiation. And then somewhere across the globe, someone just starts powering their car with nuclear radiation. You're like, what?
No, what this is akin to is they find this uranium, and then you got this car company essentially getting the readouts of what this uranium is, and then they just synthesize, make a synthetic version, a copy of it, of that sort of energy, that type of energy, and they which how they're able to materialize it, where they get it from, that's a whole other can of worms, pretty much.
That's what
And
I
then
mean.
they
They
just
literally
now let's
go
put it.
from, oh, we have scanned it. Now let's power Mechagodzilla with it. It's like there's not even we can now synthesize it. We can now.
Well, that's the
Actually,
thing, is that
this is kind
apparently
of
that's
like Singular
happens.
Point.
well, that's what they did apparently, was that they synthesized the energy. But then my question is, how
They downloaded
did you?
and synthesized it,
Yeah.
supposedly.
They 3D
And that's what they do in Singular.
the energy.
Yeah.
then why couldn't they just do that for normal energy or something? It doesn't really.
Well, that's the thing, is that
Oh
they're
my
using
God.
they're using normal energy, but somehow the signature that they already knew was there, they couldn't test the properties of, but that once they have an actual sample, they're able to then perfect
They
it.
downloaded more RAM.
Yeah, bro, your CPU just needs more RAM. Did you
It's
overclock your
literally the same
Mechagodzilla?
thing that they do in Singular Point with Jet Jaguar, where it's like, oh, we just downloaded the latest update and now Jet Jaguar is gold.
Mhm.
And he can grow up magically out of nowhere because of an update. It's literally the
least
same, actually, when you think about
Or
it.
the original Godzilla versus Megalon film where they explain Jet Jaguar's
Somehow
being able to-
reprogrammed himself.
well, Jet Jaguar taught himself how to get taller or something. That's basically their explanation.
Mass scripting.
Exactly.
Yes. Self-taught.
You need more RAM to get the gay porn prompt in Jet Jaguar.
Well, what's it called? Literally, it's like Goro's like, wait, how did Jet Jaguar do that? Jet Jaguar, bro, just learn to code. Bro, don't you know how to code?
Bruh. Come on.
Great and loved. It's in the fact that it was made by an American studio that people don't like it. Now, it is also worth noting it wasn't necessary for King Ghidorah to be involved in this. The Ren Sarazawa and going rogue part with the inner Earth energy was something that doesn't require King Ghidorah to be a factor. And unfortunately, it often leaves people fixating on the wrong symptom instead of the true problem. Since at the end of the day, Godzilla vs. Kong was kind of just meant to bring Godzilla and Kong together to fight and then at the end become allies. Since again, it's worth noting, they really didn't have a plan in the long run for this. They really just wanted to get to Godzilla vs. Kong, and that was their goal. And I would say that it was actually fairly successful. The timing of King of the Monsters and King Ghidorah's presence in the movie, despite all of its not good executions, for certain meta-contextual reasons, I think actually is very important to the success of the MonsterVerse long run, and was something of a necessary evil, for lack of a better term, being a sacrificial lion. And this was somewhat entirely unintended when the movie actually came out. The movie itself came out in 2019. Avengers Infinity War came out in 2018. And in 2019, we also got Endgame. Those two movies, in addition to just the general dominance of Marvel at the box office, really took focus off of a lot of other movies. However, just simply due to sheer character reputation of Godzilla King of the Monsters having Godzilla, Mothra, and King Ghidorah in it, that rivalry between Ghidorah and Godzilla was able to let it endure better than other movies were able to. There's a myriad of other reasons King of the Monsters suffered and it did poorly that year. Avengers Endgame is not the reason that movie lost well over $100 million, but it is a partially contributing factor.
I think it's a bigger factor than people give it credit for, because
way bigger.
I'd be curious to see how King of the Monsters would have fared if it came out while Marvel's kind of in its like lull period at the moment, because I think it would probably have done way better.
Oh, we saw exactly how that happened.
Yeah.
GVK came out during the I say apocalypse. It's not the apocalypse. It's lockdown.
Yeah.
It had no competition. It was one of the biggest films of the year. It's like, it's almost like competition matters.
Exactly.
I mean, it was the biggest one of the year, wasn't it? Like straight up.
I'm pretty sure. Oh,
I think
at least like one or two. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Godzilla vs. Kong is also like a very like unique idea that has not been done for a long time before that. So it's a little bit different.
I think it's like
Yeah,
it's
and the
also one of those
trailer was.
things. Go, Lau.
And I just wanted to say that the trailer was like perfect. Like everyone watched it. Like everyone, even if they didn't know about the other movies, they just watched the trailer. Like it was one of the biggest trailers.
Yeah, I used to work with someone who, who pretty much actually watched Godzilla vs. Kong in like a drive-in theater. They hadn't seen any other MonsterVerse movies, but they said, and I can definitely base it off the fact that like they probably watched the trailer or heard about it, and it's just like, that looks pretty dope. Maybe I should check that out, and they did. So.
Yeah, it's definitely the best trailer.
The reason that movie lost well over $100 million, but it is a partially contributing factor. But it was those presence within the movie that allowed it to weather the storm better than others and buoyed the MonsterVerse along just long enough for Godzilla vs. Kong to come out following, which was not only one of the most successful movies during Kung Flu, despite the fact that it was one of the most successful movies released at the box office alone when it was released synchronously on streaming and the box office, while also being amusingly the most pirated movie of 2021. Despite the fact that King of the Monsters failed hard, its failure gathered a significant amount of interest in the MonsterVerse, whether that was due to all the failures of the MonsterVerse or simply the fact that Marvel burnout was actually starting to set in and people were looking for another big series to go over to. But after all, the popcorn fun of the early MCU is somewhat characterized by a lot of the MonsterVerse films. It's very hard to imagine that kind of unintentional side effect would have happened had King Ghidorah not been in the movie. And then just look at how the MCU has fallen apart over the last 4 years. And last of all, for reasons that King Ghidorah wasn't a waste, as mentioned before, the MonsterVerse was basically just set up for Godzilla vs. Kong. They never had this decade-and-a-half-long MCU-style Infinity War saga plan. While they were planning a movie or so in advance or some general ideas, at the end of the day, all they really wanted to do is get to Giant Dino fights Giant Monkey. Pair that up with the other overarching facts, something a lot of people don't really want to acknowledge is the case of the MonsterVerse. Toho is the ones that are really calling the shots. They could have pulled the plug at any point they wanted. This really doesn't get a lot of the spotlight because as much as people want to criticize the MonsterVerse for not being Toho or not being a valid incarnation of Godzilla, Toho has to sign off on everything. If they didn't like it, it wouldn't happen, which is something else we'll be going into later. As much as I would love seeing a new Godzilla, Mothra, Kong, or even a Rodan movie every couple of months to every other year, it'll sadly never happen. And as an audience, we really should not be treating every series like the MCU. Because, to be frank, nothing like the MCU is ever going to happen again. Look at DC and them trying to force something like that into existence. While I think that the MonsterVerse has the biggest potential to become something like that, ultimately, even in the end, there's just not enough monsters for it to really be done with. Part of the reason why they could put out movies so frequently for MCU is because they had decades of comic story to go on. If they tried the same thing with the Godzilla movies, they just end up remaking basically every movie. With their end goal being Godzilla vs. Kong in mind, and the ever-present potential for Toho to simply pull the plug, Legendary likely wanted to get Godzilla's biggest rival in the MonsterVerse before anything happened. While I do think this is a bit of a reckless handicap on future plans, that only really matters if there were even future plans to begin with, or that they even cared about. As well as the end goal being Godzilla vs. Kong puts them in a bit of a bind one way or another. Either they use Ghidorah basically straight out of the gate, again, recapping their plans for the future if they even had to or wanted to use him in the future, or just not use King Ghidorah, make Godzilla vs. Kong, and see if there is even still will for more Godzilla movies post Godzilla vs. Kong. Now, as we know, there was still will for it. But that was a choice that, how many years ago? 7, 8 years ago? They never could have known the answer to. It was a bad decision either way, and in the end, I kind of think that they made the better decision to use King Ghidorah rather than run the risk of never having gotten to use him in the first place. If that is the case, I would rather this Ghidorah, riddled with all of the flaws there are in King of the Monsters, than never having gotten them. I know that this was a very different style of video.
Okay. First of all, I guess before anybody else here gives some thoughts. The MCU burnout thing actually, didn't exactly happen right away, pretty much, because keep in mind, Black Widow was originally going to come out in 2020, but obviously what happened, so it got pushed. So the MCU releases got pushed back into 2021. So there was a year-long gap before before the MCU sort of came back essentially. And around that time, Godzilla versus I think Godzilla versus Kong came out either around the same time or just after WandaVision pretty much came out, and WandaVision was the first foray of the MCU in the Phase 4. So the MCU burnout thing didn't happen, when Godzilla, by the time Godzilla versus Kong came out. It's only it just the burnout just started to trickle in after that. So, anyways, just gonna put that correction out there, I guess. So,
Yeah.
who else? Now, as far as everything else,
I really I say the one thing is the whole idea that Toho signs off on everything is such a fucking stupid and annoying argument to make, because that implies that Toho the argument imposes the idea that the creatives at Toho who you like and are the ones who make the Godzilla ideas that you like also agree with everything Toho the company says. So therefore, since Toho signs off on it, they sign off it, therefore you shouldn't complain. It's a stupid, really stupid fucking conflation that annoys me every time someone makes that brain dead argument. That was the one thing I was gonna say. I have to head to work in a minute, so I'm not sure if Animus, if you're able to take over again for the rest of the video.
Oh, how much of the video is left?
Sorry, I was muted.
I think he's I think he's just about to end
38. He was literally going into his end spiel, I think, but we can.
But there's still
check.
quite a bit here, so do you want to just
To be
play
fair,
it through?
the speed he
Let's
talks,
play
that
it
could be
through.
like.
Yeah, let's play it through. Okay.
Plan on making more videos like this, and hopefully a lot of those will be much better organized and put together than this one. Look,
wow.
Thank you all for bearing with me. Let me know what I can do to improve this format going forward. When I first started making this video, I was actually very much in the stance of King Ghidorah was not wasted by the MonsterVerse. However, the more that I looked into it, and the more that I thought about it, I did come over to seeing that, yes, the MonsterVerse may not have made the best use of King Ghidorah. They used him far too early. The biggest nail in this entire argument, or rather this debate, is that despite how catastrophically King of the Monsters crashed and burned, the MonsterVerse continued on. Had it ended there, yes, it would have been a very different story. At least we would have gotten King Ghidorah before it ended off. What it also means is that the MonsterVerse was never really in any danger from ending prematurely. And considering that, yes, the plan was to make Godzilla vs. Kong, they knew from the start that King of the Monsters was something of a burner movie. It was, kind of for lack of a better term, almost a glorified prologue. It never mattered, which considering how much of it has been.
I don't know about that.
let it play. Let the last
Yeah.
minutes play.
Let's hear him out.
Side of plans. Toho again could have pulled the plug at any time. They didn't. I think ultimately because they understood that people like to see the action fun Godzilla movies, and if they're going to go on the route of making the more serious toned, darker Godzilla movies, as they had already made Shin at this point, Netflix anime movies were being made, and at this time, very likely Single Point was in production. It allowed them each to focus on one half of the major components of Godzilla: the Dark Destroyer and nuclear sentiments, and the basically global nuclear-powered superhero that saves the Earth from giant monsters that people like to watch popcorn. So yes, while it is Toho who remained in control of what really happened no matter what, it's hard to imagine that Toho wasn't for continuing the MonsterVerse, even a movie beyond Godzilla vs. Kong. Which means that, likely, they kind of knew King Ghidorah's inclusion was pointless. Or, again, just reflects that they don't really care because they don't have this preconceived Godzilla tiering list of enemy calibers that fans do. They're happy that people were able to see favorite monsters be used. It reflects an entirely different mindset. One which I think the fans need to adopt more of. So yes, another monster would have actually been a far better fit for King of the Monsters' tone and the narrative they went for, which, yes, it does suggest something a lot darker, which not going to go into full details on, because YouTube really doesn't like it when a channel, especially one this small, is talking about that. But at this point, I think that we kind of almost need to talk about that in a separate video. It's not going to be fun. But Legendary having made a movie with Godzilla's biggest rival is something that very likely they wanted to have checked off. Again, even if the movie itself and implementation was not the best, I am satisfied with what we got. Will I still critique it? Oh yeah. Will I say what was good about it? Also yes. Overall, was King Ghidorah used too soon? Yes. Though I disagree on that.
God, he's just saying the same stuff over again.
That we will ever see King
Yeah.
Ghidorah. And that more than anything is, I think, what people are kind of upset about and why they kind of lash out at this idea. The building a concept up in your own head and then ultimately having it cut short is not really something a lot of people like. But that isn't necessarily the fault of the media itself. That is building up your own ideas, your own headcanons, and then having to confront that your headcanons are not reality. Misused as he was, I think the implementation for what he was excellent. They made the best of what was, in hindsight, a very bad situation, and even...
Wait. I just noticed something. Has he been reusing the same clip like 7 times in a row? Because
Yes.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. I just noticed that, and it's very distracting. Sorry, we can keep going. Sorry.
Not a good situation. Yes, we could have gotten a far better movie starring King Ghidorah had they waited. As a movie, I think King of the Monsters is bad. A lot of problems with it, but King Ghidorah, the character within that movie, is one of the few bright golden spots. I don't think it completely makes up for all the failings of that movie, but it certainly makes its existence bearable, and one that, despite everything, I am okay with King of the Monsters existing because it means that we were able to get, in my opinion, the best incarnation of King Ghidorah there has ever been. It is not often Legendary is able to top Toho when it comes to their own characters. King of the Monsters, King Ghidorah, is one of those instances. Blending actual character lore with meta-contextual reputation into an actual character incarnation is not something you see.
Is he just summing up his entire video in 10 minutes?
Not done.
He does seem to do that.
Monsters helped bring the
Yeah.
MonsterVerse into Godzilla vs. Kong's release.
Which then makes me wonder what was the point of the rest of the video.
Through the collapse.
I mean, a summary is fine, but it's like
How MCU has
the video wasn't.
It's
an
taken
hour.
too
This
long.
isn't just the summary, it's literally every single point.
Movies and TV shows with a few successes here and there, while the MonsterVerse had its darkest days during the brightest beacons of Marvel's success. That left people with
See, it's every single point.
Yeah, like, because I think, like, this is about, like, right here to this. Like, let's just finish it off, actually, you know?
Mhm.
And yes, admittedly, the rough around the edges with all of its problems in Godzilla Kong the New Empire was still a very entertaining and much better movie than most of what Marvel put out lately. Weathering that storm was something only possible because of King Ghidorah. So while there were certainly many missteps made, there are still certainly some positives that came along with it. Ultimately, I think that while failure, there were still successes to be had, and by the same token, while in some ways a success, there were some major failures.
Is it just me, or did he just essentially say the same thing 3 times in a row?
Yes.
Yes.
More than 3.
Okay.
More than 3.
Hello,
It's
I'm
very
sorry, dude, but
frustrating.
like, if you're reading a script, revise it. If you're not reading a script, write a script.
Yeah, this format is not working, dude. It really just comes off as a ramble. It really does.
Let's just finish off this last 26 seconds.
Okay, let's do it.
Was a failure or a success will come down to them. Let me know your thoughts below. Comment, let me know if you enjoyed the video, subscribe for more, and let us know what you'd like to see next time.
Our little shark.
Yeah. I think that's just such a, like, what's it called? I looked and definitely a random video to cover, considering, like, all the other views on this, because I'm not sure how many people are gonna be looking at Gura for his channel, but neither here nor there. Anyways, I do need to get to work, so I'm gonna
All right.
bounce.
All right. Thank you for coming on,
Thanks,
man.
guys.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks for the speed up.
Yeah. I guess before we
I
get
would
to
That
have,
was
the
great.
no, that
yeah, I
wasn't
would have
great.
had brain damage if he hadn't sped it up. Honestly, like.
Same here.
We got the rounder.
Hi.
Hi.
I don't like this video.
You don't.
You
This
don't like
video?
the you didn't like the video?
I really do not like this video.
Yeah, wasn't not much of a fan either. I mean, it's not worse than Up from the Depths video that we covered back Tuesday night, but yeah.
Hell, I would say
getting there.
I would say
Getting-
both of Gramoogly's videos were infinitely worse. But like, God.
Yeah, but that's Gramuglia. That's a whole different animal.
Yeah, that's true.
Animus,
So
you have
I
fun
feel
from
like
that
his
perspective.
view of I mentioned this in the comments as well. I think his view of using a limited amount of monsters to for a long running franchise, that being like not a good thing. I think it's a very narrow minded way to look at these kinds of things, because it then presupposes that you can't do something imaginative with the limited cast that you already have.
Yeah.
I mean, the cast of several TV shows, several movies can be small and still tell very compelling and interesting and well executed stories. Like we've been doing this for as long as film has existed, and I don't see how monsters, specifically Godzilla, get a pass or need a specific
I wouldn't even say for
condition.
as long. I wouldn't even say for as long as movies have existed. For as long as storytelling has been a thing. It's like
Yes.
It's like Journey to the West has a really small cast, and yet its story is incredibly compelling and has stood the test of time. Same with the Odyssey.
Exactly. I also think, because the way I intuit these things with his points is that has a bit of a bias in favor of Godzilla because of the way he talks about him. It's very worshipy. I've mentioned this in past streams. Like, there are some sections of the Godzilla fandom that treat Godzilla like an actual god. And so it borders on like actual god worship, and it's kind of creepy. And the way he talks about Godzilla in some videos kind of mirrors that a bit, and so it kind of also informs his arguments, and which is why some of the arguments he makes are very difficult to take seriously, but at the same time also extremely infuriating because they're so ill-informed. And any of those arguments could be dismissed because of that bias. So
I didn't really notice something like that on this one, personally, at any point.
Because the focus was Ghidorah, I don't think it was as prominent. However, when he started talking about other movies and when he got to the end part, I started to notice it a little bit more. And it's very, very annoying. I hate it.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like, so I don't personally do. I honestly don't think that Godzilla King of the Monsters is well written. However, I'm not gonna. For once, I'm actually gonna defend the movie and say that none of the problems that he says that are present are related to King of the Monsters. You guys have made that abundantly clear already, so you guys did a good job with that.
It's not to say that Titanis Ghidorah doesn't have any criticism. There is criticism that can be levied at Ghidorah. The problem is he didn't do the best job at it.
Yeah, that's why I said at the very beginning of the stream, like, okay, you say there is the good and the bad. Well, what is the bad that you think that is present? Did you guys think that whatever bad things that he presented against, that version of Ghidorah, MonsterVerse version of Ghidorah, do you guys think he did a good job in explaining that or no? Because I think he did.
Because like for
He didn't even do
such a
a good
long
job of
video,
explaining the good points.
Well, I think the
Actually-
main good point that he had was with the film using basically trying to. It wasn't really about King Ghidorah per se, but it was about like the film overall with it using ideas. But I think he could have presented it better, like that those ideas weren't done to the best, but not just the overall idea that you can't reuse old ideas. I think the way you use them is as important as the way you tell the overall story.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
fact that
Yeah.
he outright admitted at the end of this video that he was like doing some kind of new format or something, and like and if it's like this rambly, then yeah, like it really just came off like he either didn't script this or he just had like notes and he was just like, or just he had like notes, like a skeleton of a note thing.
Concepts of a plan.
Yeah, a concept of a plan,
As
and
Star
just going
Lord
off
once
of
puts
that.
it.
And it's
As
just
Star
like
Lord once
whatever I
put it, I have
say, go.
part of a
Just,
plan. 12% of a plan. You remember that scene in
12%.
Guardians? Yeah, 12%. He has 12% of a plan, 12% of a script. And yeah, no, it's very. You can tell when someone doesn't plan things out. You can tell when someone isn't being coherent. You can usually tell.
Yeah,
I hate this
there's
video.
a reason I stopped doing rambly reviews recently, because they're not great.
Yeah. I think you can get away with it if you know what you're talking about well enough to like have a coherent thought process. Like it is possible, but you have to first of all know what you're talking about, and secondly, communicate yourself effectively. You know, try not because there's one thing I've noticed, and this is a criticism, and I'm sorry, Sea Monster, I have to put you on the spot. Usually, when people are going on rambles or talking unscripted, there's a lot of pauses, there's a lot of ums and likes and just repetition of certain. I can make a compilation of every time any of you has said the word like one time in Zim streams, he said the word like 14 times in a row, 14
Well,
times in under 30 seconds.
Yeah.
well, that's why you have a script, so you can avoid it.
And
Granted,
and sometimes I try to avoid it even when speaking. Like right now, I'm actively resisting the urge to do it because I actually feel the urge. I try not
granted,
to do it.
I view the streams as practice for like training our thought processes rather than our actual like dialogue. I'm
Like,
saying like a lot, but you
Yeah,
get my point.
Yeah, I get
Yeah,
your
yeah.
point. Like, I would recommend doing it backwards, like actually, like reading out loud, reading stuff out loud,
Yeah.
and just keep practicing that and doing
Yeah, I did that
until
with
you know.
I did that with my Nemesis essay yesterday evening because I wanted to work a bit more on that, and just after taking a short break on it, and most of it was just like fixing some pronunciation stuff and ironing out what I want to say. So
Yeah,
it's helpful.
it also
to-
helps with writing as well. Like you
Yeah.
know, if you read out your stories out loud,
Same
then
thing
you can, like,
applies to drawing. I know you're not into that kind of thing, but like back up from the work that you're looking at and take a moment to get a grander sense of what you're drawing or animating or whatever it is.
Oh yeah, no, I've done that before. Like trying to copy and redraw what you're doing.
Yeah.
That I used to do because I used to draw. I'm not. I have a very on and off relationship with like drawing, but yeah, no. This video in particular, I can tell that none of these strategies to improve your work has been implemented. The editing is pretty basic. I think it was Lau that pointed out that he used the same clip.
Yeah, it was a little bit desperating.
Well, I would say that the main problem with the video is that repeating of the same clips. I feel like they could have been added, like certain clips that were maybe relevant to the certain topic that was being talked to, or basically adding things that were relevant to what was being talked about. I think would have helped prove his
What
point
would
as
have
well as.
That's how I edit actually.
what would have
Whenever I try
helped
to
was
edit,
that he made the video shorter, so he doesn't need to repeat so much, and for that he needs to stop repeating what he's saying. So
yeah, that's what
the
I
problem
do.
is that it's
Whenever
40 minutes long.
40 minutes long, yeah. That's what I do with my videos. Whenever I'm talking about a specific subject, I usually use clips from movies. to visualize what it is that I'm saying, which is why editing takes so long, because usually I can never find a good enough clip so that the visualization can be done well. So it makes editing significantly longer. I could just when I was editing the second draft for my GBK video, I was debating if I should just for the opening just use gameplay footage of Gigabash and just call it a day. But then I decided to
You
go
know,
above and beyond and do that. Yeah,
Yeah,
it also makes it engaging as well, because then the audience isn't bored.
Yeah, for me, for my older essays, in fact, I'm planning to stop this with the Nemesis essay, but I had the poster, one or two of the posters of the thing on the screen, and my voice, and it would just be me talking over it. I'm planning to not do that, but it's also for the Nemesis essay. One, because it's a bit more high octane, and two, because I'm kind of sick of that structure and I'd like to challenge myself. But it's going to be harder for me because I'm dealing with books. So,
Yeah.
thankfully, I can draw.
But yeah, no, overall, my overall thoughts on this video is that so for one, we've already mentioned it, that his video lacks structure. There's also the fact that he has a, a misinformed view of some of the events in certain movies, and also that he repeats himself over and over again, like he says the same. I hate it when people have a really slow cadence. Um, uh, and
that's the thing.
so
If his slow speech should eliminate any of these problems. If
It's
you're
like,
speaking very quickly, you're trying to get all your thoughts out very quickly, and maybe you're putting all your thoughts into the one where maybe you may end up repeating yourself because you're trying to put it out so quickly. But if you're taking your time to think about what you're saying, you really shouldn't be saying the same thing about 5 times in a row.
yeah, that's like a double whammy, because at that point it's not even the speech won't do anything if you're not scripted.
exactly.
Yeah.
I think another problem is that I think maybe my earphone. I don't know if it's my earphones or something, but I think like the music in his video made it a little bit harder to hear what he was saying properly. And
Because I got distracted from him playing GMK music in the background a couple times. Like,
GMK music, Final Wars music.
Yeah, I like it. I like it when YouTubers use music from the stuff that they're talking about. Like, for example, if I'm talking about Spider-Man, I'm going to play Spider-Man music. But I usually not try to use the more ambient soundtracks. Like in Spider-Man PS4,
Oh, yeah.
there's like a whole albums on YouTube dedicated to like the ambient soundtrack or just web swinging music from the actual game.
Things like Cotham's Ghidorah theme would have worked right there, considering it's sort of both an actual song that you would be able to recognize, but it's also ambient in nature. My first video essay, I actually did use Cotham's Ghidorah theme as the backing track, which I think helped a lot with like getting across the point and keeping it intact. Still not great, but
I think also, like, if you can't find anything that's like super ambient, then just or use for like a background, like a backing track that's good enough for like conversation, then I think you should just bite the bullet and try something else, because that's what I did for my GVK video. Like, I couldn't find a whole lot of ambient GVK or any not even like GVK tracks, but a lot of Godzilla tracks that were like super ambient but recognizable as Godzilla. So I just bit the bullet and went with the Spider-Man Edge of Time DS soundtrack, which is underrated, and the Spider-Man PS4 soundtrack.
There's one video essay that I watched. He one of his first, I think his first Monkey Kid video essay, he used a lot of Pokemon music, since Monkey Kid's soundtrack is, for one, really difficult to find, and two, barely ambient, if ever.
Yeah. And for the Invincible video, I'm like, there's a lot of ambient Invincible tracks, and I've made like a couple of ambient tracks of my own as well. So like, I just plan on using that as well. I mean, it's not hard. Like, you can do it.
I think I'm gonna see if I could. I'm gonna see if I could use some of Cotham's music for my Nemesis essay, as well as some of Gamera's tracks. Maybe either the Haze or Rebirth soundtrack, because that works pretty well. Especially, I think when I get to the second segment of my video, I'll probably use a lot of the Gamera Rebirth OST.
Sonic music is also pretty good, especially the Sonic CD
definitely.
US.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely.
especially like the Sonic CD US. Especially, I like the Japanese version, but the US version is because it's a lot more moody and a lot more, it's set. It's the kind of music you'd expect in a location. Like, it's more cinematic in a sense.
Yeah.
And because of that, I prefer that over the US over the Japanese version.
Same with Mario music. I know there's a couple of YouTubers that I know of that use Mario music, or Kaijikuru, if you're still in the chat, Persona music, for their backing tracks.
Yeah, a lot of people like to use Undertale music as well,
and some Monster Hunter stuff too. So, yeah, video game music as a whole is really good to work with. Just in case,
because it has none of the copyright infringements either. It has none of the copyright shenanigans.
Yeah.
Also, in case you want to have some more Godzilla stuff, Singular Point has a lot of music that could be used as ambient.
Yeah, you just got to watch out for the copyright though. So like, some tracks you can.
I have not listened to Singular Point's OST in a long time. I don't even think I listened to it. It's super good. I know I've listened to the intro track, and yeah, that's one of the few things I'll praise about Singular Point. A lot of the music, at least from what I've listened to, is really solid.
I like how the variation of the Godzilla theme goes about. I like that when composers make different variations of old themes, kind of like what Bear McCreary did.
I view it as a dark mirror to what Kotum did, with the whole chanting thing, and it kind of works.
Yep. I'm trying not to deviate too much from the actual point of this video, but this is just like general advice. Like, if he's watching, like general, because I know Max Allo, when he did a video responding to my video, it's funny. It's funny that he said in the response to my video, he said, "Oh, the inversatility of Godzilla is ridiculous." When that's not what I said in the video. I said that he was versatile, but not in the way people typically think about it. So I don't know where he got that from. I guess he just read the title and just assumed my whole point. Which, yes, the title is a bit clickbaity, but it also helps present the actual question. And also, given my reputation, it would turn enough heads. So I did take advantage of my reputation to,
Also, I'm just sharing in case, Animus, in case you haven't listened to it. Rooney sent me a while ago the backup theme for Kotum that Bear McCreary made in case they couldn't use the Iwakuma music. I'm just putting.
Oh, that one is like, I like that one. I really do like that one.
I might use it at one point.
I send it to you, please.
You got to restore the quality though.
It's in the private chat. I'd love.
Okay.
I think if Bear comes back, I would love to hear him use it. Maybe even if it isn't for Godzilla's theme specifically, I'd love to hear him use this.
Yeah, I mean, I gave it a listen. I thought it was fine, to be honest. I mean,
it sounded like non-copyright music, but at the same time, I actually do love the melody. So
it's a good track on its own, but it's just like I'm trying to like remember like the notes from it. To be honest, like it's not popping out to me. Like I think if I were to like. Maybe if there was like a higher quality, higher res version of it, then I could be able to listen to it.
Like if Kotum, I'm imagining something for like Kotum's 10th anniversary. Bear decides to remaster the score and include that.
I hope he does.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, that'd be neat.
So
back to the original point on this on Max Allo. Max Allo has done streams with Zim before, at least one that I know of, given with the whole response that he did. did a pretty flimsy job at countering the point, and I feel like Zim did a much better job countering my points. I will say one of the mistakes that I did was just make assumptions of certain characters and how they're consistently portrayed. Optimus Prime is a pretty big example. James Bond, Captain America, because he did become Captain Hydra at some point. At other points he retired. So I was basically working on assumptions of what I already knew about the characters from the comics. I try not to use the movies as a point of reference, but it's kind of hard when that's mainly the main way people consume superhero media through the movies. I try to read the comics when I can.
Yeah,
but
that's why I usually stick with characters that I'm more familiar with in the source material. Something like, say, like a Ninjago or the Owl House when I'm bringing up examples.
yeah, my goal was to just appeal to the characters that people were already familiar with, so that my point could be more easily understood. But I feel like I didn't need to do that. But be that as it may, I the actual stream that Zim did, I initially thought that things ended on good terms, but given that Aloe, he left things off as agree to disagree, but then he starts saying more egregiously infuriating stuff, and I'm just thinking, is he doing that intentionally, or is he just that ignorant? That's what I want to find out.
Based on this video, I'd say ignorance.
Yeah, I don't know much about him.
I'm
just
friends
like
with
to.
I'm friends with him. He's not the kind that comes across as spiteful to me. Like from my conversations with him, he is not the spiteful person. So I'm going to be good faith here and say ignorance.
Yeah, I think ignorance would be best. Like I always say, never attribute to ignorance what can be actually no, never attribute to evil what can be attributed to stupidity.
Yeah.
So, and it's funny, that he calls me ignorant on well, he didn't call me ignorant, but he did say I was either misinterpreting or being ignorant of something Godzilla, something his history. No, I am aware of this, that, and the other about Godzilla. I am aware of how he's been portrayed throughout the decades.
Well, yeah, I was talking with him about his team up video. We had a pretty good conversation about the mythology. So yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I watched the Tiamat video. I think I told you about it. I wasn't particularly impressed by it. I thought it was a video. It was certainly one of the videos that I've ever watched.
Yeah. I still wouldn't say he's he's the worst person on either of these.
Yeah, I'm just saying, the video didn't. It was a video. I have no opinions on it.
It was that I agree with you on that. But yeah.
The video that I want to watch, though, the video that I actually would want to cover at some point in time, post hiatus, is the one where he's talking about how much he loves Godzilla and he's the greatest monster in fiction. And we actually, Minecraft and I, for those of you that don't know, we actually had a pretty interesting conversation in Zim's Discord server about the concept of peak fiction and all of that. I find that to be infuriatingly ignorant, because that's why I did a whole fit in the chat a while ago. I find that concept to be infuriatingly ignorant, even if it's used for exaggerations. Some people use it as an exaggerated way to praise something, the same way people say the same way people will say, "Oh, this is art." Yeah, I know it's art. I know that it's art, but people use that as a high compliment. And then as an insult, people also say, "Oh, this is not art," or "This is the peak dog shit," or something like that.
This is Valley.
I think the same thing could be applied to the term slop, because I was talking with Kajikuru about this. on VC. I think 2 days ago. I think it was the day after the Up from the Depths stream. He's grown a bit of a resentment for the term slop, and in retrospect, I kind of have, because depending on what you use to define it, the term can be applied pretty much anywhere. Because I'm treating it in a similar manner to the term soulless, where it just it just comes across like intentional devaluation without actually looking into the work itself, if that makes sense.
Could you say that you could call it that even after taking a gander into the work and actually breaking it down? Like, would the word still have merit if that was done?
I would say maybe, yes. I still need to iron out my thoughts on the matter, but yeah. It's also, Kuru is also just getting a bit sick and tired of seeing the word all over the place, which,
yeah. I understand like the overusage of the word. I have the same thoughts for the word peak fiction. I use it ironically, but some people genuinely believe some things are peak fiction. Especially, and seeing Godzilla fans in particular, this is something that I noticed exclusively with both Godzilla fans and even Sonic fans. They don't consume other media. And so when they only consume Godzilla / Sonic media, and so I wonder, how can you say that if you haven't like escaped your bubble? And even then, even if you did escape your bubble, it wouldn't even matter, because there is so much about fiction that we haven't like fully explored throughout all of time and space, like across all of human history, that it's saying that is just ignorant.
That's why when someone goes on and says like, "Oh, modern cinema sucks," I just think that they're an ignorant, immediately. That's what I've thought of. For example, a bunch of critical drinkers videos. Like, I just think it's like the most basic stuff. And
it's not even It's not even the political end. It's just it comes across like overreaction.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I want to go back to the 80s. It's like, grow up. Go to a film festival. Dude.
You say that like the 80s didn't have what we would now call slop.
Yeah,
you say
exactly.
That like the word. Oh my god! You say that like the thing wasn't received in that manner.
Like the age is not even accurate. I would call postmodern, because we're not in the modern era anymore. We're in the postmodern.
Yeah.
So like time wise, it's not even like completely accurate.
Yeah, that's just being super unactually, but like the point still stands. It's frustrating.
Yeah.
It's frustrating.
Like, I understand more so the whole modern film, because right now it's harder and harder to find like super good films. It's not impossible. We have good films every once in a while, but
the thing is,
I'm not
it's treated like.
Reading subtitles.
It's treated like nobody is actually trying anything, when there still are examples of people who do try.
Yeah, they treat it as a sign of the times, and to some extent, I do see why it's seen as a sign of the times. But at the same time, it's a bit of an overgeneralization. I think there have been, over the past decade, there have been more bad movies than there have been good movies, at least in Hollywood. But movies exist beyond Hollywood.
Hollywood isn't even the highest producer of movies. Like
Bollywood. India has made a lot of bangers. Korea as well has made a lot of bangers. Japan. Like y'all seen that? I posted it on Twitter. I was like, "Oh, is this Indian Zack Snyder?" And it was just a fight scene that used a bunch of slow motion, but the choreography was so just ridiculously engaging. And it was an Indian movie, and that post blew up. Actually, that post blew up, and I got a bunch of people from India in my comments, telling me what the movie was about and the name of the movie and what was happening. Not
Is it triple R or something?
No, it wasn't triple R. It was
no,
something
it was something else.
I don't use Twitter. Could you send me the thing? I'm curious. I'm not someone who likes to use Twitter.
Good on you. Twitter is helpful. Twitter is a hellhole. I've been trying to purge my Twitter feed so I only get pictures and videos of cats.
Good.
Eh,
Good. Good. Good.
Hey.
Good. Good.
And dogs and just animals in general.
Funny that you say that. My Instagram feed is almost 50% cat videos.
Nice.
I just got my cat into the room, actually.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, just like in summary, like this guy basically didn't really make many points that were based on anything, and I think in the end he said that it wasn't that way.
He was mostly blaming Cotton for things that weren't its fault.
Exactly. Yeah. Like they weren't really. Yeah, the arguments, they weren't really based on anything. They certainly weren't based. So, kind of a. But I mean, like, I still can't help but think that we've seen worse. Like, yeah, for sure. Like,
the Up from the Depths. Animus, I think you're gonna hate the Up from the Depths video in particular.
The
the
GXK video he did. It's like,
Given the title, I imagine so. Yeah.
I watched it.
Every bad video argument, video defense argument ever made rolled into one. Like, imagine
I would recommend you watch the Grimuglia retrospective stream first, since for one, it's a far better video, though that's not saying much.
And that's stream shorter,
but also it's shorter. Also, it's shorter, so you'll get through it faster.
Think Cinema Wins and what's this other guy? The one that did that defense of The Last Jedi.
Patrick Willems.
Patrick Willems. And there was also another guy that did a defense of The Last Jedi, something about women. I forgot what it was. Saying
something about women.
You get to look at women.
No. Something about the film is actually good because gender equality or something. I don't know.
Oh my God, John McIntosh from Pop Culture Detective. That's right.
I think it might have been him. I'm not sure, but I think the arguments are so similar that it might as well be. So, but yeah, no, that video in particular infuriated me to no end.
I will say the stream as a whole, like not the video, but the stream as a whole was a lot of fun, especially getting to see Vic. Especially getting to see Vic actually have a chance to defend himself. That was really fun.
Yeah, I honestly respect Vic more because of that stream. He's easily like top 10 most respectable Godzilla fans out there, because he's not gonna. I like how Zim put it. He's just more honest, and I like that genuinely. Like there was a point in the stream where we just pointed out a question or a plot hole in GVK or GXK. I don't remember which one it was, and he just straight up said, "Oh, I don't know." So at that point, like, yeah, he knows when the argument has been presented and when to like surrender the debate. Like, he's got more honor, basically. And I actually want to, because he's still defending GVK and GXK to this day. This sounds kind of strange, but I actually just want to like pry his brain and just like study it, just analyze it, like why he still thinks. Because we were having a conversation about GVK earlier in the Discord server, and I brought up a point, and he just straight up didn't answer, and I just interpreted that as his version of going, I don't know. And so like I wanna see him like do a defense of these movies, like an unbridled praise of Godzilla versus Kong or Godzilla X Kong or even 98, because like I want to like fully understand how he thinks this way and why he thinks this way. He's an individual. He's very fascinating.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, I mean, if he were to like, I like Vic pretty much, but yeah, it definitely would be interesting to see what, like, unironically, he, like, I mean, I said this in that in that stream from Tuesday night, I pretty much said that Vic would make a better GXK defense video than from the depths. Like at least he would, because we said like he at least would be on. Vic would at least be like a lot more honest about the fact that like yeah he enjoyed the film and why that's the case.
Plus, he'd also have a frame of reference for some of the arguments that go against it, some of the stuff that we've put out.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas up in the depths, just well,
it was less
I mean, we kind of
defend the movie. It was less discuss what makes the movie good, and more so defend it from criticism, which even there he failed.
Yeah, and he also has the audacity to say that, even its most staunchest defenders overlook some of the qualities, and he just says the exact same thing everybody else has been saying. No,
that's the thing that killed me, and that's the thing that killed me that stream. I was just like, wait a minute. Earlier in this video, he said that he's pretty much is going to bring up defenses that even the most ardent defenders of GXK haven't considered or have brought up, and that never happened. Those defenses never came.
This is my favorite argumentation style. The plot is actually good because plot summary. They literally just tell you what the plot is. Or, the plot is actually good. The plot is actually good because theme.
Yeah, plot is good because theme, summary. There's a lot of things in it. A lot of things in the plot that if you think about it, won't hold up to scrutiny. But you know what? We get to see Godzilla do backflips in zero gravity, and when you see that, you realize you don't care.
It reminds me of the whole what you said earlier. Like the film is good. Like why are you complaining about The Last Jedi is good? Like because it has women. Why are you complaining about the women? You get to look at women. And so, why are you complaining about the monster fights? You get to look at the monster fights.
Yeah, Kasaibu. I'm sorry.
Yeah!
Sorry not to dunk on him. I like him, but like, dude.
I don't think he's here. I don't think he's listening right now.
Bad brother. But yeah, no. Max Allow's videos are very infuriating. Like I mentioned before, he has a very cultish approach to the argumentation. Like a lot of the stuff he says, he doesn't understand the difference between arguing a position. Between stating a position and arguing a position. Like there's almost zero to no argumentation whatsoever, and whatever argumentation there might be is just complete incoherence. So I
did notice that earlier. As I can't remember exactly what he said, but he said something like, "King of the Monsters has a lot of the plot is stitched together by so and so," and you're like, okay, what's your evidence for that? And I even said when we had the video paused, let's see if he actually brings up any points, if he brings up any arguments, and then he just went on to the next thing.
Mm-hmm.
What do I mean by cultish? I mean in the sense that they worship Godzilla as a god. That's what I mean.
Yeah, what he said in particular is like the film is 85% nostalgia with themes or something like that, like stitched in.
Which, as I stated earlier, is a problem because you could say that about any piece of fiction.
Like, could you? I wouldn't say nostalgia either.
Not even nostalgia, but like a conglomeration of pre-existing tropes and ideas. I brought like
the first pieces of fiction, like those tropes wouldn't even be considered tropes
but like the things that came after. For example, I compared something like, say, the Great Journey as a trope has been reused and recycled so many times. The giant monster is one of the oldest tropes in fiction.
So you just reminded me of something. Sorry, I just wanted to say this because I'm about to go because it's 8 o'clock here. I'm hungry. I want dinner.
Yeah, we'll be closing out in a bit. So, yeah.
But one of the things you just reminded me of was he said, "Oh, this film's very nostalgia based. It uses nostalgia. It's fan made. It's a fanboy film. Blah blah blah. Basically, pointing out that any use of older material in the film is a negative. He then goes on to say that Ghidorah is done better in this film. It essentially does Ghidorah from Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, does it again, but way better. Wouldn't that? But he then presents that as a positive. But surely that's a negative point which he made earlier. So is it a positive or is it a negative?
Wow. Yeah.
That's
Yeah, that's right. So what you're saying is like he brings up a positive about King Ghidorah because of something that is based on like nostalgia when he mentioned nostalgia being a bad thing as well earlier.
Yeah. It's almost like he doesn't realize it's the same point, but he's just saying it's good now.
It just bolsters my
It's
point about that this is probably a ramble.
It's exactly the whole. He just puts a different inflection on a sentence to make it sound good or bad. It's exactly that.
Oh, isn't that like that's kind of like
Hello.
manipulative,
So
isn't
what
it?
I wanted to say is that I think what he means or what he meant is that if you're going to bring something just to bring it, for example, the oxygen destroyer or stuff like that, I think he was talking about fan service in that way, but that Ghidorah is fine because at least Ghidorah does something new and in a way that it hadn't been done before in terms of quality. I think that's what he meant. But besides the oxygen destroyer and burning Godzilla, what else was brought over for King of the Monsters? Like that you could say it's only because of fanboy isms or something like that. I think it's only those two things, right?
Did he also mention Mothra and Rodan, or is it just
I
like
mean, Rodan doesn't do a whole lot compared to someone like Mothra. Mothra does arguably more than Rodan.
Well,
no?
I
I
think
no
you
no I
also have,
get you.
I think you also have like certain ideas in the film, like with the. I don't think they're exactly as blatant as like the oxygen destroyer burning Godzilla, but you also have certain ideas like reviving Godzilla with a nuclear bomb to fight King Ghidorah, or you have Mothra dying to power up Godzilla, which is sort of like a
Oh
callback to
yeah,
Rodan.
yeah,
Similar things
and
like
also
that,
a
but
callback to GMK. Yeah, yeah. So I think what he meant was like there are not tropes but moments or plot points taken from other movies that do it better. And Ghidorah wasn't one of those because Ghidorah is executed better in this than in other stuff. So it's a nice thing.
yeah, I think he could have explained it better that it's
Yeah.
not exactly about using those old things, but it's mainly about the way those things are used in the films, as well as how it's built up in the films. That's the main problem. But he didn't really talk about that in the video, and I think if he did, it would have made his argument a lot stronger. But I feel like mainly the video focused on like for some reason Godzilla
Not
versus
much.
Kong and Godzilla X Kong. It didn't really focus on King of the Monsters as much as I think it should have because of
That's
the
another
title and
problem with the
stuff.
video, isn't it? It's like this is the trial of Ghidorah in the MonsterVerse. Now, let me tell you about all the things I don't like about King of the Monsters, and now let's talk about all the reasons why stuff from King of the Monsters wasn't carried over into GVK. Now let's talk about Mechagodzilla for a bit. Now let's talk about. Tell me about Ghidorah, you git.
Like I think
I think I
if it
could make a
focused
problem. I could make a case about Ghidorah as well. Like Ghidorah, I think if you wanted to like make a trial of Ghidorah or whatever, I think one way I would do it is just say, was Ghidorah a good villain? Well, let's start with his introduction, or at least how his origins, right? Apparently, Godzilla and Ghidorah have been rivals for centuries, right? Okay, that's cool. So Godzilla, in one of his fights, imprisoned Ghidorah. Okay, well, why didn't he kill him? I mean, if he's a global threat, he's a false king, he's an invader, and he's puts out of balance the natural order, whatever that means. Then surely he would want Godzilla would want to kill him, right? Why doesn't he do that? Beats the fuck out of me. Ghidorah comes back, right, and essentially destroys the world. Okay, well, how does this affect Godzilla's character? It kind of doesn't really. and they're pretty much evenly matched. I mean, Ghidorah can kill Godzilla as easily as Godzilla can kill Ghidorah. And then he's put out of commission by humans, and Ghidorah continues to do his thing. And then after Godzilla's given his power boost, Godzilla and Ghidorah unite to fight, and thanks to the help of Mothra, Ghidorah, and also Emma's quote-unquote sacrifice, Ghidorah loses. So, as a villain, is he a good villain or a bad villain? I would say he is a meh villain, because not only is his actions not directly consequential to the main guy that is Godzilla, his very existence, or at least presence in the MonsterVerse, is contrived because it relies on Godzilla acting out of character for him to stick around long enough for the MonsterVerse to use him. But he's also not that bad of a villain because he is consequential to the entirety of the world. That's why I put him as a meh villain. So
yeah, Ghidorah just deserved a better movie, honestly.
Yeah, so that's why I don't have many thoughts on Ghidorah, as a villain beyond, because there's so little used.
Okay, I'm curious now. Which is your favorite interpretation of him?
Of Ghidorah?
Yeah.
Conceptually, Void Ghidorah. Just conceptually.
Okay.
Narratively, probably GMK.
Oh. So
he's not like super duper accurate to how he's been interpreted in the past. I kind of like how he's done in Godzilla versus Ghidorah, King Ghidorah in the Heisei era, but he's kind of contrived.
That's putting it mildly.
Yeah, I think that's an understatement.
Yeah, that was what the grimace was for. Because, oh boy, he's. I like the Dorats, conceptually.
Thank you.
Go to jail, please. Go to jail right now. Degenerate and stay there. Stay there.
They're better than Manila. Manila looks like he has Down syndrome. They're
It's like saying that having.
All right.
But yeah, there's not much to say on Ghidorah anymore that hasn't been said over the last 6 years or so.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
to make a 40-minute video about Ghidorah feels you're guaranteed to say something that's redundant, which is exactly what happens.
Yeah, redundant or weird or kind of stupid, actually, which also happened.
Or both.
Yep. So I how long did my explanation take? 1 minute, 1 minute 30?
Probably, yeah. Excluding
That's what I was saying at the end. It was that 10-minute section at the end where he essentially did his quote unquote sum up. He made all the same points, more or less, in that 10-minute sum up that he did for the rest of the 38 minutes.
Yeah. And the thing is, he didn't go into any more detail in that sum up than he did in prior to that.
And he repeated himself.
Yeah, he repeats himself, and it's just he just condensed the condensing.
Yeah. Bad video. Do better. You've got to do better, Max Allo. You've got to step up.
I appreciate your DP picture, pretty much. I do,
his what?
His profile pic. He had
okay, sorry.
His Allosaurus picture, pretty much. He got his profile picture is like this Allosaurus plushie, I believe.
You're doing what to an Allosaurus?
Maybe I'm still in Gigan and Megalon mode, but that sounded weird to me. The first time you said it.
Yeah, what did he say about Bogon, and why did he say it?
Who am I? What am I?
Why did he say it about Bogon? I don't understand. Do I want Bogon to be in a movie?
Okay.
Yes. Well,
let's tie this back to the Gigan Megalon. Rooney, what are your thoughts about the gay undertones of Godzilla versus Megalon?
Yeah, before we go.
Did you hear any of what we have said before?
Come back, you cowards.
He's not ready. or he's not ready for the anal prolapse.
He's not ready for that discussion.
Hey,
Well, that was Black Rooney, everybody. Go check out his stuff. Anyways, thank you all for coming. As, not like that. No.
I have come.
Oh,
Anyways,
just
who's got
realised
any
you can really
plugs? Who's
fit
got
in the
any
whole-
shows that they want to do before we end it?
I'll just
Jet Jaguar growing really big.
I'll just say, Nemesis essay in the works, Godzilla the Arrival Redux in the works. I am slowly chipping away at both of them, but finals has nearly killed me this week, and it's still killing me this upcoming week. So yeah, I might get around to doing those Minecraft movie first impressions because I've been meaning to do that. The problem is, again, finals has been killing me. Yeah, and for recommendations, go watch Cottom. Go read the new Mothra comic. It's actually good. And go read Project Nemesis. Tiamat deserve better. Bye. I'm gonna get a drink.
Okay.
Well, I'm also going.
Oh, okay.
No, it's fine because you and me are both going to eat something. So, like, you go first.
Okay, I am C Animus on YouTube, C Animus on Twitter, eventually on Blue Sky if I ever get round to it. Still finishing off the script for GXK. I need to get motivation to finish that. Currently making little short videos on The Last of Us Season 2, which I'm actually quite enjoying so far. Yes, I am still here, still doing stuff, and eventually my video will come out about 2 years after Sea Monsters GXK video. Thank you for this another attempt on my life. I look forward to the next one, whatever that may be. See you all later.
Hey, take care. Nick.
I don't have much to say because I'm also going to eat. It's also late here, so thanks for everything. I really hope next video is more engaging than this one because this actually felt rougher than some of the other ones we've done, even if the other ones were longer just because this one was so slow and repetitive. But yeah, I hope everyone's fine. Have a nice week and read, I guess, Goodbye Eri or Look Back from Tatsuki Fujimoto. Like those are two stories that are really short. And yeah, have a nice day. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
And there's two. GSTE, what you got?
Basically, I do have a YouTube channel. I do video essays and I have Godzilla pictures and one Godzilla picture a day on the posts. And yeah, that's about it.
All right. And this has been your host, the Sea Monster. Here on this channel, Sea Monster Essays. Currently working on my GXK video. It's Sea Animus is pretty much right. My video will pretty much be done before his, but at this point, I think safest bet would be that it'll be out by May. So there is that. And as far as like the next live stream goes, we will just. I'm trying to figure out what it will be next, actually. But so I'll keep you all posted on that, update wise. And follow me, subscribe to this channel if you're interested. So we can get to that Low Platoon GXA stream. That's gonna be wild. Got to get to 300 to get that. So, anyways, but in the meantime, follow me on here. Follow me on Twitter, Sea Monster. And as far as recommendations, go watch Nosferatu 2024. Go watch Cottom. Currently playing pretty much almost done with the main campaign for Republic Commandos, Star Wars. So that's a fun one. It's on PS4, by the way. But once again, thank you all for coming. See you all next time. Bye.